presentation by DJR Architects. Is that going to be handled through you?
Yes.
Pat? Okay.
Acting Mayor, members of the City Council, since 2006, the city has tried different approaches to redevelop the city-owned property at the 13.5 acres. But for various reasons, the developers that we have tried to work with, the developments have gone away because essentially the proposed developments were never consistent with the vision that the city had for that area. In 2016, the city adopted a downtown master plan. And in that master plan, it guided the 13.5 acre site as a mixed-use neighborhood with commercial, office, and residential uses, creating a self-contained neighborhood. That's the part of the downtown master plan for the 13.5 acres. And you can see here, the purple is office, residential was closer to the lake, and that's the yellow, and then the red would be the commercial properties. Staff has been actively pursuing potential developers for the subject site. Staff first met with Dean DeVolis from DJR Architects back in October last month. Mr. DeVolis presented a vision that was consistent with the 2016 Downtown Master Plan. Since that time, Mr. DeVolis has teamed up with a potential developer, Tim Thone of Thone Development. I'll let Dean go through his vision here in a little bit, but if the city agrees with the vision and the ability of this development team, the next steps, if the city council is confident, would be to direct staff to negotiate a pre-development agreement, which gives the development team exclusive rights to the site, but allows them a certain period of time, 3 to 4 months, to do additional studies, which takes time and money. So with that, I'll turn it over to Dean. Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Thank you for having me before. You're so eager to praise Pat or blame him for bringing me forth into this process. But when Pat gave a call and asked us to come out, taking a look at what you've done with your downtown and how you've managed to put this together, got me very excited about the opportunity helping with the 13 acres. I must say the council's done a good job of shaping it down, your downtown, and has given a nice scale of housing, small retail, and businesses, which is very good. And I thought that was a very good piece to work off of. So given Pat's assignment to put a development team together and a vision you put to forth. So I'm going to walk to the development team very quickly, which most of them, due to traffic, are not here. But I left at 4:30, figuring it would be bad, and it worked out. So we made it. So it's a combination of talent that we put together with Tim Thone of Thone Homes, who has background in land development and a very idea of help to organize the site. We've also invited Keith Alstead of United Properties, who's actually a City of Victoria resident, that can help with the retail and aspects of the development. In that part, so we have Nate Labatt and Eric Hermanson of Sotheby's to help with the leasing, retail, and structure like that. Michael Margulies of Valerian to help with the structuring of the financial. And then finally myself, DJ, call me the ringleader, that may have put this together and put the scheme. On the screens, you sort of see the vision that we have put together. And what was key to the idea was developing a town square. In this case, I'll call it a town oval to give a sense of place to the 13 acres, because that's one thing we noticed about the previous plan that was developed. It had roads connected, but in my opinion, it didn't really create a sense of community out of the real estate. And creating the center town oval finally gave a place that could relate to it. So that's probably the most prominent aspect of the plan you're looking at. And that element would also become the stormwater retention also, so we can consolidate it for the whole development. So instead of each building having their own little pond, the idea of doing one unified facility will make it more efficient, more environment sensitive, because you can handle bulk water in a much better way. So that became the key part of it. The other components of the scheme are 4-story buildings, but what's unique about them that we want the main level of those buildings to be what you call a version of live work, or what the term is transitional units. The idea is that they could be chiropractors' offices, doctors, architects, and so forth, but transition to it. So they may start as apartments initially, depending on the market. Some maybe have that ability to transition right away, but allow the buildings to evolve in time as downtown grows and as Victoria develops, so that these services can come into the base of the building and start creating an element of small-scale active retail, which is what's a good part of what you work in your downtown. So the buildings can work over time, be successful. Above that would be 3 levels of apartments. We thought 4 stories, market rate apartments, thought 4 stories was an appropriate scale for those buildings and no more, because that sort of fit the nature. So that was sort of the self-imposed height limit we put on it. In addition, if you see off to the left by the Dairy Queen, we worked in a pad site for a potential grocer. And that's the rectangle you see in the little left corner. So the idea is we can have the scale of the intimate town square and the retail in that aspect, but also serve a major need, which is a grocer, and provide that opportunity to set up in that aspect when you see in the corner. And then townhouses. So we have the idea of ownership townhouses, which are those smaller squares that you see represented in the plan. The majority of park going to be below the buildings, but there'll be guest parking in the gray areas you see, and angled parking off the street. So the idea is that as that small retail to base building develops, there's angled parking, much like you set up in downtown, that can service, but there's also the idea of working the needs of a grocer that we estimated would be appropriate to market about 20,000 square feet. It's the start of the plan. And then the idea is that connecting the roads, tying through, and then have the town oval open up on the one end to the park system, so there's a connection that ties across and makes ability that the park is brought into the community and vice versa. There's ability, and then the thought that eventually upgrade the connection downtown. So now downtown is the idea of your lakefront park, your elements, and now we have a town square with small retail and people living around it, and aspects start to really help make add-ons to downtown sort of complete the success you started with. So it begins to have a very urban aspect to it, but it's not overly scaled. Stick with 4 stories in townhouses. It provides a mix of housing types, and hence that's why we broke it into multiple buildings, as you see. So we have a variety of housing types that can come into it. Market rate, maybe a small part of it seniors, home ownership, and then I'll see what I call the live-work type of units at the base of the building. So there's a lot of opportunity for a lot of people to participate in the success of downtown Victoria. So that's a basic plan we put together. And then, Pat, tell me how much time we got. So you tell me to cut it off, I will. So it'll be respectful. So,
quick question for you.
yeah.
Questions that come up along the way, do you want us to hold?
Oh, yeah, no, you can ask through. So whatever you feel
Okay.
comfortable with.
A couple quick ones. One is the number of units in the various residential
Okay.
buildings. Is that assuming that they're fully, so 100 units,
So,
100 units?
Yep.
Is that assuming that they're fully apartments on all 4 floors, or is that?
Three floors of apartments.
Okay.
And then the main floor of that 100 would be that live-work combination. Say 100 units, but 25 of those would be those flex units. That'd be within the mix.
Right. And then the grocery store, can we assume that the large open areas of parking would be
Correct.
behind and
Correct.
and parking? And how does that 20,000 square feet compare to the Fresh Seasons building up here that was a grocery store?
It's similar size. It's a little bit bigger, but I can say similar size. And that fits what I call community convenience grocery stores. That's that size. And you think of Cubs and
So who
Fresh
would you think of
Times.
who would you think of as names that would be?
There is a whole variety. Obviously, Aldi's a first reaction, but there's little. Byerly's has a small format store. Fresh Time has a small format store. So there's actually 4 or 5. We'd have to do a study first to establish that and make sure we lay the groundwork. But in the industry,
That's the key point there, I'm sorry. And seeing a grocery store here, I would love to have a grocery store, but that's very concerning. We have Aldi going in Waconia. We have Aldi going in Chanhassen. We have Target, Hy-Vee coming in on Engler Boulevard. We have Cub Foods here, we have Target. Why would anybody want to put a grocery store there?
Well, two reasons. And again, we have to do the study, but here is the instinct. Given the direct visibility off of Highway 5, given the growth of the community, according to Patrick, that you're going to be the same size as Chaska, that a specialty type of grocer may have an opportunity. If it doesn't work, which could be, I've laid out a plan and idea. It could be convenience retail in those aspects, but as Pat, my first priority, if we can attract a grocer under this master plan, that'd be the first attempt. And that's how I
I
get
love the
native
idea,
property.
But going in with the expectation we're going to get a grocer, I would recommend an alternative approach.
Okay.
We'll try it.
We try it. So first idea is that
I
if
think
it
there should
doesn't,
be a plan B. I mean,
Yeah.
everybody wants to see a grocery store,
An
but
8.2.
well, we've whiffed twice. So the other thing that's a little bit curious, you've come to the conclusion it has to be a specialty grocery store. The demographics you describe, which is horrendous traffic on Highway 5, a lot of people coming up and down, good growth potential for the city. Why wouldn't a normal-sized grocery store be most appropriate?
60,000, let's say.
Is that what it is?
Yeah.
3 times that size?
Yep. So that's the problem, is that would dominate the development and really lose the trying to kind of character we get to. And if a grocery doesn't work, which I am considering that, I want to see if we get the first, then it becomes specialty retail that ties off of the Dairy Queen and so forth. So that's the plan B, which I know will work also. So I'm not worried about having a retail component. It's just a matter of massaging what type of retail. And I understand about the grocery, and I have the same fear, but I like to give it a try. And if we don't, then we go to plan B.
Understand. Second question, and I apologize, my first statement and comment should have been, thank you very much for coming tonight.
Oh,
I am very interested in learning more about your plan, so I apologize, I should have led with that. And I truly am excited about it. A comment you said earlier, I'd like you to, can you provide more detail on? You said a new town square. What do you mean by that?
So the town oval, which you see in the middle, it'd be a small park that would be use of the area. It could have a gazebo, functions, benches, an area that could be gathering. That becomes a little bit of civic place within this area, because what the other plan lacked, the one that was shown before this, it was just streets cutting through with a series of lots. So there's no sense of place.
So how does the new town square tie into our existing town square, given that we have this right now and it's emphasized? I would not want to pull away from that. I'd want to try to enhance that.
Yeah, so the idea is the spaces may have their specialties, the specialization within it, because I assume in your town square is the existing renovation of the building sitting in the middle, or is it the park by the lake?
Right here.
Yeah. So this is the area right here, which you have, but it's not really green space. It's worked in with the various commercial buildings and lots.
And maybe it's not completely clear, but we have a regional trail that runs
Exactly.
through here. We have a band shell. We have kind of a grass amphitheater with sitting
Yep.
stones and a little plaza on the end that's pavers and patio tables. And that was, I was going to echo that same question, is how do you see this complementing versus
So
competing with what we have
what's
today?
important is, so it's a series of spaces. You have a town square that serves a function in there, and this may be more of a passive park that's served by the residents. But the idea is that Steger Boulevard, that we really connect that over the bridge, a path so that those two tie together. So one's not isolated from the other. And the functions can vary. There is some parks are made for community celebration. Some parks are more passive in that area. But as we work with the city and program these spaces and define them, I believe that we really need, this area needs its sense of gathering and a community space that complements downtown, and the two work together, being held together by Steger Boulevard. Otherwise, this area will sort of feel like a suburb with real no asset to it, and that's why this kind of element gives it a sense of place and a reason people want to live here. And they're different characters, much as St. Paul has two different parks between Rice and so forth. This can have the same kind of feel to it. And that I see as a positive of having different spaces for different functions. So it's not meant to compete against what you have in downtown, but meant to complement and sort of work like a barbell, meaning there's a civic space in downtown West and a civic space in the present downtown, and it's connected together by a pedestrian bike trail between the two areas. And that really provides a variety of spaces and activity, more interest of the downtown, as opposed to trying to make the one carry the weight of everything beyond it. So that's the reason why I did draw additional space, but is meant to be programmed different than what you have here, not meant to duplicate or compete against it.
Mr. DeVolis?
Yes.
Just first time we all saw this. Again, thanks for coming.
you're welcome.
This is exciting stuff. Just a little more, if you could give us a little more detail on your vision for some of the retail outlets. I mean, how much square feet are we talking? You mentioned chiropractor. Are you going to expand that into possibly salon, nail salon?
Yes.
Type thing? And is this in every building or just one building?
It's really what I'm envisioning is the buildings around the town oval, those to handle the majority of what I call the traditional retail, and maybe potential that on the end of it, there may be one space that'll have a mechanical shaft to serve as a restaurant. But the biggest growing trend in retail is evolving is smaller, specialty types of spaces that people can access. A big, what I call national credit is one type of retail, but then there's a big evolution, what I call entrepreneurial retail. And this is what I see this as opportunity. Architects, dentists, small salons, tax accountant, offices, those kind of pieces give what I call a more variety type of retail. So it's not just natural credit drive-through types of things, but some that are very intimate to the community, unique to the community, have a character to it. Yet the area where the grocery stores proposed can sort of satisfy that, what I call the national credit type of retail. So the idea is we're trying to serve a more broad audience for the residents of Victoria to have an opportunity to participate in the retail, but also still provide the services they expect that the grocery store represents.
You haven't gone as far as square footage.
Square footage, I could say right now, and it can be phased. Remember, they can work initially as units and live work, and I can work into this because the idea these buildings on the main floor will be designed to flex as downtown West develops. So it may initially start with only 5,000 square feet from day one. But as the neighborhood fills out and it's recognized, becomes more attractive, that number can grow to 10, potentially 10,000. So it's meant to evolve over time as opposed to the idea of building a static building and hope it lasts a generation. We want these buildings to evolve as the city evolves and have that kind of flexibility to it.
So is this the other thing? Just real quickly, you've got two accesses to Highway 5. Are those right in, right out?
Right in, right out. And here's, the issue. I know one we can get, which is the one that goes to the town oval. We're going to have to fight for the second one. But what we hope is that the highway department looks at it as an urban section on Highway 5 because across the street there's multiple curb cuts, and they treat this side in the same standard. So, that's a detail we got to work out, but I hope they work with us to consider this section not a freeway type of section, but an urban section on Highway 5 that needs multiple access.
What's the cycle time on the development of this whole thing?
Thank you.
I mean, roughly. I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. Sorry. So here's the second time. Pat sort of made the idea of us to get a time to put our development together, 60 to 90 days. If it all works out, what we hope is that we work through the winter, analyze it, present, go through planning through the council, and if all is positive, get a development agreement and get that executed and hopefully start work next summer or fall on actual construction of this.
So the second part of the question is, how will that construction phase evolve in terms of total time to
So it'll probably, I'm going to say, depending on phasing, I'm going to say 3 years. Because obviously you see the multiple buildings that it can be phased over time and develop. If it moves faster and the demand is greater, that can go down to 2 years. It won't be 1 year. I will say that. But 2 to 3 years, I think, is a realistic evolution of this plan.
And that's for full build-out and full
Full-
occupancy?
Correct,
Okay.
correct.
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem? Just a
Yes.
question. We have two candidates, now candidates-elect in the audience.
Yes.
And if this goes forward, we're not going to be here. Would it be appropriate to have them ask questions too?
Yes, it would.
Thank you.
You're more than welcome. So, please, yeah, so.
I did have a question about the,
You want to come up here?
Yeah, Kev, you could here, just use the mic.
We
We'll
need,
just-
we need microphones.
We'll just share the, here, just, we'll share those.
Or just take my seat?
Yeah, come on.
all right.
You have Councilor Crowley to thank. I apologize
you.
for not having the light go on 5-10 minutes ago.
Don't let it go to your head.
So,
Okay, I'm Judy Black. The question that I had was on the
Congratulations.
flex.
Yes.
Are you talking about they live and work there?
There's two models I'm developing. Think of a central corridor. The back could be the unit, the front could be the retail space. That's one option. The other option is, so that's a live-work option. The other option is just the front would be their retail space, and they may not live there.
Okay.
So I'm going to really look at two versions to provide that flexibility.
I can tell you the live work option would be very attractive to a lot of people,
And that,
including myself.
and that's what I started to sense walking downtown, that there is an element. You sort of feel the environment that, and it just in working in retail general, this trend, if you think of we work in those spaces as current office, the same is happening in retail. It's lagging a little bit, but this type of environment is perfect for this element to grow up into. So I appreciate that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
question with respect to the Dairy Queen site, and again, thinking about the access points, I think it's widely expected that eventually Dairy Queen will no longer, that corner is just a bad configuration, and that their direct access to Highway 5 will be eliminated. Does it, and therefore for them to continue, or for any kind of business to exist on that corner, will require some interconnection between the parking and then the rest of what happens north of it, behind it there? Does that create any issues for you?
No, I was assuming Dairy Queen's open to it, that we would connect to the parking lot. So that was the assumption in this plan, that we would integrate that so they work together. If Dairy Queen ever evolves into a corner building, that could have happened.
Because all of these residents could walk over to Dairy Queen.
Exactly.
I'd love them.
You get your dilly bar a day, is sort of like,
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
So, Mr. City Manager, what's our constructive plan here for this workshop time? We had considered two different discussions. So how much time should we have here for the completion of this?
Well, I think, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, I think you can have at least another 10 minutes if there's more questions, but because we are ready to do the second part of it, but I think,
I just want to be sure that you have the chance to give your full presentation, that we have some questions, and we don't encroach on the rest of our schedule. So
Do not worry about the questions. That's what's good. So don't feel bad about asking questions now at all. I mean, this is good because that's actually, if there's questions, you learn better.
And you've probably detected a lot of interest in the commercial/retail aspect
Yep.
of this. We've received proposals over the last 5-6 years for different configurations, and when it was almost exclusively residential, there was a strong resistance to that. So I think the elements that you've described here of having the ground floor retail is important. It's very important, but I think it has to be more purposeful. My concern is it'll be built out and occupied as apartments or condos, and it'll never become anything else, and we'll have missed that opportunity for our downtown. So I think
Agreed.
that has to be,
And that's not the intent. Otherwise, this does not become a complete community. And it'll take some work, because I'm a little bit at the experimental edge of retail, but it's what's occurring. And if we stick to it, this council will be looked on favorable because you'll have a very unique downtown environment that has a lot more accessibility to entrepreneurs, to businesses, the people of the community. That's more than just the standard national credit type of retail. And that's really what the intent of this plan was, to broaden that definition of retail beyond that traditional role. And the fact you have this land gives you that opportunity to do it, because the private market will always run to national credit because that has the greatest returns. There's a bit of risk in this, but there's a lot of opportunity in it. And that's why I think I'm excited about this plan and what it could really bring to really fill out downtown.
Thank you. I have a comment, and then maybe you'll touch on this, but one of the pieces that we heard previously also was that the city would somehow be involved in managing the space, owning it or leasing it, and I want to know what your intent is from a business model.
So business model, what we're thinking it would be, we need a prime element of tax room, we have to work this, but the idea is it would be publicly accessible, privately managed. That was the base assumption on the space, unless the park board really wants to take it on. But our assumption was that we would, that's what I figured. So the idea is that would be, it would be public access, privately managed. So that's the assumption of the public space within this plan.
You mentioned the drainage this oval concept has to do partially with taking care of all the drainage.
Correct.
But if you look at your sketch, there's no ponds.
No, the way it would be is it depends on the soil type. I think the soil type is, well, and I haven't done the soil analysis yet. It's a combination of infiltration and storm traps, which is the underground system. So I'd use a hybrid of both to make this work, to do it, as opposed to open air ponds. Because the problem with ponds in a built environment like this, storm ponds, and they're full of water, they're pleasant. When they're half full, they're sort of miserable. When they're empty, they're awful. And I don't want to go in that kind of direction, because I want to make this space usable to the community.
Okay.
How much assistance are you envisioning from the city of Victoria?
I can't tell you right now because I just put the plan forward, but the idea of this would be to sort of help create that, the road going through it, and maybe the oval is sort of off the top of my head may be the opportunity may be needed in that aspect. But again, it's all part of this, as Patrick said, this analysis that we work together and come to a number or a situation everybody feels comfortable with. So can't answer it now, but it will work through it as we go. And I want to get the idea in front of council first to make sure, is this acceptable in a good direction? And if it is, then start fleshing through those details. Onward. Well, thank you. So let me just show you real quick a couple other slides. And all he did was just a dumb massing model just to show height. And just a quick study of that, I think a 4-story height, I think, is comfortable and pleasant and scales with the community, but yet provides enough density to create activity. And so that's sort of the guide to work on. So that, you see that view there. And then just another view looking at it. Again, just mass models, just give an idea what it represents. And finally, the view here looking at this direction. So you see how it helps contain that civic space in the middle. And then finally, this view where the idea that it really opens up to Steger Lake and really has a connection to the natural asset that you have that's really key to your community. So that's sort of the basic aspects of the plan. So any other questions or comments? Thank you very much. So, Pat, sorry.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to have Mark give a little bit of comments about what he sees here and what we've done to get to this point. Mark Kosis.
Well, that's a good idea, yeah.
Mayor Pro Tem, Council, good to see everybody again. Pat introduced it and Dean went through it. Just a brief overview. I've been working with the city on this actually since we traded for the parcel a long time ago. So I've had a lot of interest. I've seen a lot of proposals come through the city for this particular piece. But Pat and I have been working.
Sorry, if you would just introduce yourself and
Oh,
your
yeah.
title and all of that. Have
Great.
to
Mark-
for the record.
Yeah, appreciate it. Mark Kaltzis. My company's Terramark, and I'm a consultant to the city for community development. So with that, a couple of things on this particular proposal. We've been working for the last 6 months or so, 5.5, 6 months to talk to the development community and reach out and just try to gain interest and look at different opportunities for the development of this site. The city's obviously seen quite a few proposals come through on this property as well. This particular proposal and this particular group had Pat and I both had a similar reaction, which is the proposal that they're looking at fits in with what I think is the long-term vision of the redevelopment or the development of this particular property. A couple of things on this property. When we traded for it, we knew that the city didn't have any other opportunities to grow their downtown core because the park borders that and the highway borders it on the other side. You're really limited. So the ability to get this piece and then to realize it as part of the downtown was, I think, an important element of this. And so the organization of this space around another kind of key element, that town oval, we thought was a really good idea and one that would set this particular development off from a lot of the other proposals, a lot of the other people we talked to. The other thing is that we looked at trying to preserve a spot for an opportunity for grocery, knowing that the market, I mean, everybody we've talked to, and we've talked to a lot of people that are intimately familiar with the grocery business, and everybody say you don't have rooftops right now. That doesn't mean we won't have rooftops later, but everybody was that kind of same sentiment, which is you don't have the rooftops to support it. The idea that you could have a space that's kind of preserved for potential future grocery was enticing. I think this team came forward and said, we'd like to at least look at it, whereas almost everybody else we talked to said it's not even on the table. So that was another.
How many rooftops do we need?
I don't have the exact metric for you. There is a very precise metric that the grocery stores use to determine the ability. And one thing I can just tell you in the business, traffic counts don't matter. Absolutely don't matter. It's 100% rooftops. So we've pitched that, right? I mean, Highway 5 has an incredible traffic count, and it just doesn't matter. Yeah. So, but I like the idea that we preserve a spot for a potential grocery. And then the other thing that this group did, and I think is a kind of a nice feature, is they're maximizing view shed out onto that park. So you can see on the park properties, the townhomes that they'd be proposing are stepped down, and then you have the buildings behind it, which just maximizes how many people can see the real jewel in this property, which is overlooking the 3,000-acre park. So with that, I would say just from the city standpoint and the people we've talked to, there is a lot of interest right now in senior housing. I think that's been a real hot button for this particular property. And one thing that we've talked about just staff level is that while senior housing definitely has a need and a place, this property has just an unbelievable value, and I don't know if it's the right property for senior housing. The other thing we've experienced in just talking to people recently, just for context for the council, is most of the developer groups that we talked to had only one interest, and that was the senior housing piece, and they weren't sure how they were going to do the rest or what they would do with the rest. This group brought to the table some other kind of development strategy, which encompassed the entire site, which is really what we were looking for from a staff level initially, is who could take on the whole development and not have the city in the as a landlord in the business of trying to develop it itself. So that was a real positive as why we thought this was good. And then the last thing, I think it's really common that cities would do, that exclusive right to the property, give them a due diligence period that makes sense, that allows them to then go out and do the market studies and the other kind of pro forma and finance studies to determine what this site can support and yield to the city, and then bring that back to the city so that then you can make a decision on whether or not you want to move forward with the development group or not. But that type of just kind of exclusive right to do the due diligence, I think, is a real typical vehicle for getting you to then the next step, which would be, do you want to enter into a purchase agreement or a development agreement on that property?
Art, what's your time frame on that agreement for exclusive rights?
I think what we're looking at, and I think the group is comfortable with about that 120 days, so that 4-month period to be able to go out and do, one of the drivers in that is just the market studies, just the groups that do those right now. You're going to be 2 months out on those.
Okay. And when would you like that signed if you had your druthers? What would you?
From the staff standpoint, we'd be ready to enter into that, exclusive right as soon as the council would direct it with this group, as soon as it would be possible.
We're going to discuss further details in the council meeting.
Mr. Mayor, Pro Tem, no, you're in a work session here, so we can't really take any action, but in order to consider the agreement with them, we would have to advertise that, and we not necessarily advertise it, but we'd like to put it on the next agenda, so we would be able to work up an agreement. If the council gives me a head nod that you'd like us to bring back an agreement with them at the next council meeting, we would do that.
I have to, before we put that up for final discussion, there's two things that came out of what I've heard tonight. The senior housing thing, I think, is really important, and one of the things we'd considered is that the senior housing should be close to the downtown area for obvious reasons. So I would like, as one counselor, I would like that city housing thing to stick in there a little bit and not be pushed aside. Secondly, I think that's the biggest thing. I'll just defer to finishing this. Any other comments by anyone as to whether we should go forward?
I have a question.
Sure.
So during your due diligence period, is this when you kind of take a look at the housing options? Is it going to be market housing? Who's going to be living there? What do the rates look like? What are the size of all of that happens during the due diligence period?
Yeah, so there was kind of two pieces, and I won't speak for you guys, but in talking to them, there's two pieces they wanted to look at with the market study, and these were things the city was actively looking at as well. But having them do it directly for their own purpose with their own consultants is a better option for the city. It doesn't spend city dollars on it, and they get the information that they're really looking for versus us doing it and then giving them kind of a blanket information. So they were looking at the housing piece. So what's the housing market? And that will determine market rate, rents, for sale, whatever that information is. And then the retail/grocery piece was the second piece. So they would do the grocery piece in that along with the retail to determine the marketability for what types of retail, how much square footage, and then whether a grocery is feasible. So
I've just thought of my second question. We didn't get a lot of advanced information on your presentation, but that's fine. I heard United Properties was in the mix now. That's the first time I heard that. So basically, who are all the partners here? Let's put that on the table so we all understand.
Yeah, so I did go through that, and it was in your packet that was sent out, but I'll walk through it again. So Tim Thone would be helping with the overall, what I call land strategy on that process. Keith Alstead of United Properties would help with the retail strategy on the process. Nate Labatt and Eric Crimson of Sotheby's will help on the housing strategy as a process. Michael Margulies, who's in the back, would look at the overall financial structure development. And then I, Dean of Village Teacher Architecture, help with the architecture design and what I call the overall management of the whole team to bring this all together. So that's the team that we've put together.
Have you worked with that team in other projects?
Yes. Yes. On a variety of them, in a variety of cities. Correct.
Any further comments or questions by anyone?
Just before we begin the discussion about the exclusive agreement, I know We all received this information just a couple of days ago, and I know Mr. Stuckey's here, and he's got some information that I would personally like to hear. And I know we're running out of time here, so I don't know how we get that all in.
We would definitely, I think we want to have our meeting with Mr. Fersman, and so we need to allocate some time for that.
We do. It's not the end of the world if you start your council meeting a little late, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, but if you, I think you could take some more time if you wanted to hear from somebody else, if that's what you're suggesting.
Okay.
Would that be possible?
Sure. Okay.
Thank you. And real quick, the reason why I was multiple buildings, so a senior buildings could be in the mix, but we don't want to be exclusively seniors because we need that kind
Exactly.
of mix for the energy for the community. So thank you.
Thank you.
So, Rick, Mr. Stuckey?
Rick Stuckey. I'm a resident of Victoria for 25 years. I've got a group of investors that are very interested in this property. So it's a real, 2.5 years ago they were interested. The political climate here, they ran as soon as they found out. Basically, this has been off the market for 2.5 years because of politics. I'd hate to give exclusive rights up right now. I wouldn't ask for my group to have exclusive rights either. I mean, I think you've got a marketing potential for this site, and now that the climate's much better, I think we can bring a lot of different things in. And I'm concerned as a citizen, but senior housing is absolutely critical. My wife and I have to leave Victoria if we don't have another place to live, and that's affordable. And that's it's an absolute critical piece to that. The group I'm working with has access to a hedge fund, and they're asking, or they're telling me they'll invest $50 to $100 million.
So can you, and thank you, first of all, for taking the time and to remaining interested and engaged. Do you have a timeline? Obviously, different parties, we have to.
Well, my conversation, basically, they to start with, we need a updated market analysis study. Which, if you take your study, which is 5 years old, that's no good. But basically, you just have to update the numbers. Wouldn't be a great expense, but the city should do that anyway for all developers. It shouldn't be. You've got a market. It's a great piece of real estate now. And the opportunity is huge right now, but. I really, when I just got this the other day, exclusive is a bad term in my business world. Every time there's been an exclusive, someone got hurt. But so you want to be careful. I'm a grocery guy. I love the grocery business. Fresh Season got in Victoria because I went to Dale Riley at Glen Lake and told him to put a grocery store in Victoria, and he laughed at me. Then 8 months later, he and Tom were working together on a grocery store, which is great. As a resident, I've known Dale since 1970. I don't know about roof counts. I do know that I did a market analysis with SuperValue, and the grocery store, that store at that location should have done $145,000 a week in sales, and that's more than enough to support a grocery store. 20,000 square feet is a little small. Fresh Seasons was 28, counting the liquor store. I think it was 30,000 square feet. So I'd hate to go down. I think 30,000 square feet is a good size store that gives the residents what they want, and all they wanted was to be able to buy all their groceries. So you got to have enough room for selection, and at a fair price. And I understand that. And I got involved a couple of years ago, wanting to develop a grocery store down at that end, and they took it from this to wanting to spend $50 to $100 million. Which was way beyond me, but I put some people together. But again, we need a market analysis and an updated one. 2012 doesn't cut it because a lot of things have changed. But it's a perfect piece of property for a lot of things. But the city should have the most control over what they want there. And again, if it's senior housing, medical, this group has access to a lot of the medical companies. What should be there? What do we want there? But as a resident, I'd sure like to see it developed but not giving anyone exclusive rights yet. Not until we get further down the road.
Is it only interesting to your group as a complete 13.5 acre parcel, or is?
Well, yeah, because it started off, Tom, as A friend of mine got a hold of this group. He's got some friends down in Arkansas, and I needed money to develop a grocery store. And they took it from a small little grocery store to a $50 to $100 million development. They want the whole thing.
Thank you.
And it sounds crazy, but they said it's easier to do a $50 to $100 million deal than it is a $10 million deal. That'll never make sense to me, but I guess that's, when you're a hedge fund with a lot of money, I guess that's true. But so that's, I do have another group. I'd like to pursue it, but I'm not, if you give this an exclusive, that'll pretty much kill any other opportunities for anybody.
Thank you.
May I clarify? We're not asking for exclusive. We're asking for a 120-day hold period that we can do the studies and analysis. We're not like saying we're it, everyone's out, to make sure we can do something. In 120 days, council will decide, like, you guys are good, we like what you're doing, or work with others. So it's not like you're handing the land out. We just want that period so we can do the studies at our expense and all the soils and all the initial planning and stuff to work through that. So I just want to clarify that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Patrick, this notion of market analysis, it's a little new to me. Typically, do cities do that, or is it the sellers that do that, or is it the buyers, or how does that typically work?
It's usually the developers will have their own market analysis that they're comfortable with, that they trust to do it before they go ahead and produce, develop a commercial or a residential development. Cities typically do it if they have a piece of property that's difficult to sell, that they have to market, that they have to get out and prove to the developing world that this can sustain a residential or a commercial property.
So is the next step here to entertain a motion to do the
Mr. Mayor, we're not doing motions in a work session.
Okay.
If
That's correct.
you can tell us to give me a head nod if you want us to put this on the next agenda, you'll consider whatever.
I go with the next agenda as resuming this conversation seriously.
Yep, and continuing to
That
flesh
be
out
in-
more detail.
Yes.
On both opportunities.
Right.
Okay. Excuse me. We'll prepare, if you want, a draft agreement so you can see what one looks like. Okay.
So what date will that be?
26th.
26th. We will resume these discussions, seriously consider your proposal. And Mr.
To present his proposal at the same time.
That would be fine with us.
Yeah, it won't be ready because, again, to get this type of money, they want a market updated study. That's step one for them. Nothing happens till.
And they don't want to do it?
Well, they said it should be the city. Well, the city did one in 2012. And basically, you'd have to update numbers. Not everything's changed on that. You wouldn't have to do a complete one, but an updated one would be valuable for the city to develop other potential investors.
On that note, if I could ask if you could come back to the podium again, just so that your comments are recorded. But while you're doing that, what numbers specifically? I mean, if it's things like, how many new homes have been built, or, simple things that we have that data at hand. And I guess my thought, and again, I'm looking to the mayor pro tem and city managers, work with Patrick to define those things and determine if that's something that we can do quickly with data on hand, or whether that's something that would require a consultant group to go do, or just what that means to us.
Mr. Mayor, we actually do have an agenda item later in the meeting where Pat did look at what it might cost to do a study and how long it might take. So if we'll get to that tonight on the council meeting.
So the market study is something we're going to be looking at.
Well,
Pat has information to you how much it might cost, how long it would take, and that kind of a thing.
all right. I guess I'm not sure we're connecting the dots, because the specific information that you need for the previous study to be up to date versus commissioning a whole new study, and I know the staff recommendation was not to do it. So,
Well, the group has seen your 2012, and we're fine with it, other than it needs to be updated. And again, it's population, counts, things like that, that could be updated easily.
In the office.
Yeah, or you might have to bring in whoever did that study, I forget who it was. But you're not talking about a complete new study, that's not needed, and that's what they told me. They said this just needs to be updated to 2018 because 2012 is not gonna cut it.
Oh, 6 years ago.
Pat, do you want to say what you know about that briefly, about whether an update's possible, if you know?
Sure. I think staff can work with any of the developers to give them the information on the number of houses we have, the forecast number of houses and the traffic, things like that. But to complete an updated housing study, I think it was $12,000 and roughly a 3-month period to do that. That's not something that staff can do, but we can provide the information to any developer. The statistics that we do have.
We have to keep some perspective here. It's been over a year since we've had some serious interest. I don't remember your timetable when the last presentation we had and the last discussions. So we've been waiting patiently for to get some interest and some activity, and now we have it. But so I think we shouldn't necessarily be derailed. We should allow Mr. Stuckey to pursue his interest to the extent he can, and consider at the next meeting that the initiative and the impetus, the momentum that we have going, and we don't waste it by starting all over. So that's my feeling at this point as we put this. When we move to the next part of the meeting, but any other comments?
Okay, Mr. Mayor, my understanding is we'll put it on the next meeting and give you what we can from both parties.
Okay.
Ed's nodding.
Head nod on that one.
Head nod again. So the next, we are now almost 4 minutes away from the end of our workshop period. Do you recommend that we extend the workshop to meet with Mr. Fersman?
Mr. Mayor, that would be my recommendation. City Attorney, we have no problem with starting late. We just can't start early, right?
Yeah, Mayor and Council, I've had the opportunity to mention this a couple of times in the past, but if you have a public hearing scheduled, it's customary and arguably legally required to start that at a time certain, but you can push back the start time of your regular council meeting to accommodate a work session that you also gave notice of. So
What's the expected time of this work session? Or
Mr. Fersman has guaranteed me that he can do it in less than 30 minutes.
okay, so we will postpone the start of the council meeting till 7 o'clock, or maybe a little later with a 5-minute break, and we'll continue our workshop at this time with Mr. Fersman.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, all of you.
Welcome.
Well, thank you. I'll jump right in, Mayor and Council, and realize it's Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem, and we have the incumbent council members we're going to invite to this workshop also.
Yes.
Oh.
So we can introduce Councilmember-elect Deb McMillan and Councilmember-elect Judy Black.
Yes, I welcome and congratulations to you. And you're going to step right into a probably one of the most important jobs the council has. And also, Tom and Jim, thank you very much for your years of dedication to the city. It's really been a pleasure working with the both of you as with the rest of the council. And so thank you very much for that time. It's always a lot more that you give and then receive from the community in return. That has nothing to do with the 25 cents an hour that you end up making over the time you spend. So I really appreciate that dedication, sincerely. So what I'm going to do very quickly, I don't think it'll take a lot of time. The purpose of this is to update you on the process, confirm some dates and then make sure that we want to go forward with me as your consultant to do the search. Just a little bit of the history. I did complete a search. Patrick is here today as fruit of that search. Good to see you, Patrick. And,
See you.
yeah, and so now it was intended to postpone the city manager search until such time that we had a new council-elect. I thought, we're going to have a brand new team here, and as much as the existing council would have loved to have been involved in this process, everybody in the council thought, a new team probably is the best equipped to hire a new city manager. A lot of the groundwork has already been laid. So what Doug has handed out, you handed this out. I think I saw you doing that. Yes, I do. Is sort of a search map. So I wanted to go through that with you. Between now and the 20th, I have been in the process of drafting a profile. It identifies a little bit about the community, what we're all about, what's happening, what's going to be on the front burner. So when the person starts, what are some of the initiatives that they're going to be handed right away. Okay? So that's been in the process of being made. And what I would like to do is now send out a online survey to all of you and ask you a few questions regarding what you think are going to be the most important items for this city manager, the new manager, to handle when they first arrive, what kind of individual that we're hoping to see, those type of questions. What type of environment are we trying to create? Now, I did a significant amount of work with the previous council on the kind of environment we were looking for and what we were trying to do moving forward, but I haven't heard from two of you, so it'd be nice to include that as well. That will be drafted and available for approval on the 20th. And I'm not even sure if that's a date that's available to you.
26th is our meeting.
Okay. We can do it on the 26th as well. I won't be here on the 26th, but I can. You can have, I will be in Ukraine, which will make it a little bit more difficult. But the idea is to get the profile into your hands, and then any kind of tweaks that we would have to make them then. And then start the, instead of starting the recruitment on the 26th, we could push it to the 27th. Recruiting from the 27th through the end of December. This is really kind of a difficult time to recruit during the holidays, but this gives us enough time, I think, to do a good job on that. I've already been contacted by at least half a dozen people asking me about the position. I told them I would know more after tonight about dates on that. So people are interested. They've been contacting me. And Doug, I don't know if you've had questions as well, but I've had a few people calling me. So what happens during the recruitment phase is we invite people to take a look at the job, see if it's something that they feel after reading the profile they're qualified for, if they're attracted to, and they want to try and be part of this team, to get me a cover letter and a resume. I screen that through the requirements that you've put together in the profile that we've drafted together. I then take that stack of resumes and cover letters on the 28th, and I go through them, and I determine the approximate top 15 to 20 candidates that will most closely fulfill the requirements that have been spelled out. I will identify those individuals, like I said. I will do screening interviews with them. I'll give them writing assignments, and I'll assess their qualifications further. The top 10 to 12 I will present to you on January 15th. Ahead of that time, you'll receive a portfolio on each candidate. That portfolio will contain information on their resume, their cover letter, writing assignments, a little bit on their personality, their background, and my assessment is also included in that about where they may need some improvement, where their strengths are, and how their fit would be for the organization.
Do you use any sort of personality profile or strengths finder,
Yeah.
Myers-Briggs, anything like that as part of your overall kind of cultural fit assessment?
Yes, thank you, Tom. I use the Insights profile, one that the city's familiar with. It's not, and again, it's not a tool to separate candidates, a tool that I use to investigate how aware they are of their management style. And so through that, develop a profile of the candidate. So that's on the 15th. When we meet on the 15th, then, you go, thanks. Here's 10 to 12 candidates. And we'll narrow them down to the top 5. You will select those I don't. After you select the finalists, we'll start preparing them for interviews. Right now I have scheduled, based on a normal, I guess I would call it not aggressive but quick pace, is interviews on the 1st and 2nd of February.
I think that might be when we have our class, isn't it?
What class is that?
Yeah.
1st or 2nd in February, do we have something scheduled?
Well, January 15th, I was just looking, is a Tuesday. So we would probably be meeting on, the Monday before that.
I think Councilmember-elect Black was referring to the League of Minnesota Cities newly elected officials workshop. So if you could take a look at their calendar and kind of just.
That's the first week in November. February.
Right.
That's what
Right, which I have here, 1st
Yeah,
and 2nd.
you may be in conflict with that.
Okay.
I think it is. I think it's in conflict with that.
Okay, and so I'll work with Doug to make sure that the dates that we select are dates that you're able to do.
One other question for you. The last go-around in 2014 when we did this, there was at some point kind of a citizen committee, some interaction with non-staff, non-council members in a little bit of a kind of a social setting, but also an interview panel or something. Is that in here somewhere as well, or are you opting not to do that this time?
In my proposal, it was in there. This is a lighter version of that. So, great question. My advice is to invite the community into the interview process as it was then. They give you a little bit more depth perception on the candidates. They're also able to ask questions that are relative to them as citizens. You know, what does being a good citizen look like to the city? You know, how can I become more involved? What do you do when two neighbors disagree on a zoning issue and it's gotten a little acrimonious? You know, how do you view participation in the community? What's engagement look like to you? So these are the type of questions that I think are critical to get a citizen's view of, and you know, some business people and leaders in the community to come in and provide you with additional views.
Mr. Fersman,
yeah, this is the first time you've done this, obviously. For those that are on TV and those that are here in the audience, could you provide an overview of your history and what you've done and this process that you've identified?
Sure, I'd be happy to. Very briefly, because I know your timeline, I started doing I was a city manager for 17 years, and prior to that, I was economic development director in Elk River, and so those 17 years of city management included the cities of Andover, which has a growth footprint much like yours when I started, and as well as Maplewood. Since 2006, I have been working as a consultant. In 2007, I bought the Brimmeyer Group, which is a search firm, and since 2007, I'm now over 200 searches that I've conducted from as far away as Alaska to
Ukraine?
I haven't done any in the Ukraine yet. I've done a number of projects there. In but not related to hiring and search. So, and it's been in positions, I would say over half of those have been city managers. The rest have been positions like what the other one we did here, community development director, finance director, police chief, fire chief, those type of positions.
Thank you.
So I did a very high level flyover with that. The most important thing for me right now is to make sure that I get some material to you that you can respond to me on. And so I'd like to ask questions of you. And then if I need to follow up, maybe give you phone calls to follow up a little bit on that. Get this profile in your hand and approved so we can begin the recruitment process. And I will play with dates, and if we have to push things back a little bit, Doug, you're gonna be here till you get old.
June is where we started. I mean, that was the first date that I heard.
Yeah.
June, last June.
Last June.
What day of the week is February 1st or 2nd?
That's a Friday, Saturday.
Friday, Saturday.
Mm-hmm.
So,
We don't need to do that within a council meeting, do we?
Well,
No.
normally, I mean, the last time we did this,
No.
we had the interviewing sessions on a Saturday and then followed it with a dinner.
so
I guess with respect to the calendar and everybody's schedule tonight, and I don't think, now we had a previous motion, right, months ago to work with Mr. Fersman's company, correct? So that's still in place. Is that?
Mr. Mayor, yes, we actually have a contract
Okay.
signed.
yeah.
So for me, there's a head nod. Having been through the process with your organization previously, I was very comfortable with it. I thought it was very thorough, very professional, and got us a great outcome. So if, in the interest of expedience, we're looking for a head nod of, does this roughly meet that need? I'm nodding.
I will concur.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, I would add that I've worked with Dr. Fersman several times on this kind of searches, and he's very good.
I think we need to identify the dates that we will have the interviews probably in as soon as possible, so that everyone's got it on their calendar.
Did Councilmember Gregory weigh in?
Yeah, no, I'm just
You were
listening
nodding.
along. I've been through the process before, so I think the questions have been asked and answered.
Yeah, you were on a citizens panel.
Pardon?
I think you were on a citizens panel.
I was.
Yeah.
Very good, yes. Along with
Okay, good.
So Richard will get some stuff back to you all, and you'll give my head nod, or the survey you're gonna do,
Yeah.
and then he'll put the profile together and get it out to everybody.
So your method of communication will be how?
Right now, I'll send it out with an email to Doug or some staff person that can get it to you directly. And then it'll be a link to a profile, right, to all of you. And then all you have to do is respond to that link, and it'll take you to a survey. It'll ask you some questions. I'm going to augment the data I already have with all of your comments, and put together the profile, which I've already sketched out. It's just a matter of filling in some, really focusing in on, right, what type of person do you want working here? What are some of the things you're going to have to run with right away? Sounds like a development. Those type of things that are going to be on the front burner, and the expectations that you have.
Thank you.
So, you're welcome.
We're glad you're here.
Well, thank you.
Do you have city email addresses set up for the?
We have their personal emails right now. We will set up the city.
All
Any
right.
further comments or questions? So we will be hearing from you.
All right. Thank you very
Very soon.
much.
Thank you.
Have a good meeting tonight.
Thank you as well.
I think that ends the business of our workshop. Is that the consensus? So we'll close out the workshop on this fine November 13th evening and resume the council meeting. Do we need 5 or 10 minutes?
Five
Five.
for me.
Resume in about 5 minutes.
Good.
City of Victoria City Council meeting of November 13th, 2018. First item of agenda is the Pledge of Allegiance. Second item of the agenda is to adopt the agenda. Do I have a motion to adopt the agenda?
So moved.
Any second?
Second.
All in favor of adopting the agenda as written, say aye.
Aye.
All against, none. Motion carries. Next item is the open forum, which is an opportunity for citizens to discuss with the council items not on the agenda. If you wish to speak on an item on this agenda, please fill out the appropriate forms. I have one form for one person. Is there anyone else that's interested in coming up? Problem with, okay. Okay, well, the first person that submitted the form is Tom Redman. Would you come up and state your name and where you live?
My name is Tom Redman. I'm a 2-month resident of the city of Victoria, and I'm the chairman of the Bountiful Basket Food Shelf. So I just wanted to come tonight and thank the city council for the city of Victoria and to thank the residents of the city of Victoria. The food shelf, we serve Eastern Carver County. So it's Chaska, Carver, Victoria, and Chanhassen. So we have a number of people from Victoria that are very gracious in relation to providing us with food product and funds that we need to be successful in what we do as a food shelf. I think the city council and the residents would be interested in knowing we give away over 30,000 pounds of food per month. So we serve over 400 families each month that come to the food shelf. And they come from all over Eastern Carver County. That includes Victoria. But Victoria's been very giving in relation to, including the churches that are in Victoria, the civic organizations, and the residents. So I just wanted to come over and introduce myself and let you know who I am as the chairman, as a new resident to the city of Victoria. We also have, you'll be hearing more about it, each year we have our annual fundraiser, which is Neighbors That Care Share. And that's where we generate the funds that we need to purchase the food. I'd say approximately 50% of the food that we give away as a food shelf is donated to us. So Cub Food, Target, those types of food stores provide a lot of product that we then give away to people that live in these different communities. My last note would be is that we're 100% volunteers. So we're open 4 days a week. We're open every day of the week except for Thursdays, and we're open on the first and third Saturday mornings of each month. So we have approximately 100 volunteers that work that volunteer at the food shelf. And we've been in existence since 2007. I don't know if anybody has any questions, but I just wanted to come over and say hi to you guys and thank you for what you do in relation to us being able to serve the public.
Thank you for what you do.
Thank you
Thank
for
you.
all the good work.
Quick question. If somebody wants to volunteer or contribute in some way, how do we get a hold of you?
They could. The food shelf is on Bavaria Road in Chaska, and we do have a website, bountifulbasketfoodshelf.org, so they could go on that website and get the information in relation to the address and phone numbers for the food shelf. And there's a lot of opportunities. That's a good question. There's a lot of different ways that people can volunteer, including picking up food. All the clients that come into the food shelf, we walk with them through the food shelf, so we assist them in being able to pick out the food product that they need for their families. And that's predicated on their desires, also in relation to the size of the family.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Snyder. State your name and address.
Victoria resident. I just wanted to point out, I read the agenda this morning. First of all, welcome to Deb and Judy. Congratulations. I look forward to everybody working together. But really, my name's Mark Schneider, 1950 Edgewater. I think you get the point. I was reading number 6, D, residence letter. And it's signed by Victoria resident. And for me to get up here, I have to state my name and address. I just think it's an example of what the city going forward should try to get everything on a level playing field, have all the rules laid out, don't have different rules for different games or different situations, and if a letter can be submitted to change the mayoral term, which I don't even know what I think about it yet, I should be able to get up here and say Victoria resident. If I can't say Victoria resident, somebody that submits a letter should have to sign their name. I think it's only fair. Thank you.
Just by way of information, the state rules are that any communication between a private resident and an elected official are private unless either the elected official or the citizen chooses to make it public, and neither one needs the other's permission to do it. So I think it's we all live by those same exact rules. I don't think there's any difference for anyone.
Can I say Victoria resident?
That's not an email communication, so I would say no.
That could probably be cleaned up. My suggestion.
Thank you.
Okay. So the open forum is considered closed unless anyone else would like to come up. Next item on the agenda is the consent agenda, and all the items listed on the consent agenda are considered routine and non-controversial and will be approved by one motion unless someone wants to pull something off the consent agenda for discussion.
Mayor Pro Tem, could I pull off item E? That's the accept planning commission resignation / appointment.
So noted. Anything else? So do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved. Less item E.
Less item E.
Second.
All in favor of the consent agenda, less item E, say aye.
Aye.
None against, motion carries. So the idea would be to discuss item E, which is to accept a planning commission resignation and appointment.
Yes, accept Jeff Engel's resignation, and I want to thank him for his service. And then appoint Laura Moore to fill the vacancy. All that's good. But then we have a vacancy. We have a vacancy of the alternate spot. I would like to make a motion to appoint Paul Hepperlet to that spot. I know the normal course of business would be to put it out for notice and bring people in and allow them to interview for that process. And that's good. But as we all know, Paul just ran for city council. He fell short. He did not win. But he did offer his time, talent, and money to serve the community. I think he ran a very positive campaign. I think he had a lot of good ideas. And I think I think through that process, I think he kind of earned to have that a spot available. Just in my opinion, I think it just gives you a couple extra points when you're looking at people to serve on those committees. It's been the past for the past 2 years. Anyone we've created a litmus test. Anybody who has ever shown support for Mayor Funk or discontent with the majority of the council, they've automatically had their ballots, their application thrown out. That's anybody can laugh, they can disagree with that, but not one person that has shown support for Mayor Funk has been allowed to serve on. And
Couldn't we just put this kind of stuff
no,
behind us
no,
now?
no.
I mean, really.
Hey, please, could I have the floor without being
Yes, yes.
I really think that first of all, that again was inappropriate. Again, Paul ran a very positive campaign. I would like to make the motion that he serves on that commission. Look, these commissions are just boards that recommend. They're just thoughts and ideas, people sharing thoughts and ideas and opinions, and making recommendations to the council. They're not making decisions. And I think Paul would be a great addition to this board. Again, this is just an alternate seat. He doesn't get the vote unless one of the other members is absent, and I would most definitely think Paul would be an excellent choice for this, and I make a motion to add Paul as the number 2 alternate to the Planning Commission.
Any second? Do I hear a second for that motion?
Do we want to discuss it, or?
Well,
just
we
let
can
this-
discuss it. We can discuss first.
Well, and I don't necessarily.
Point of order, there has to be a second. If there isn't a second, then the motion dies.
Very well. I think in hindsight, what we probably should do, since we didn't have it on the agenda, to appoint the person, the slot that is open, we should move that for consideration to the next meeting.
Mr. Mayor, we could do that, although we would normally be doing appointments in, I think, like March for everything.
This is for an alternate, though.
I understand that. We certainly, what we'd want to do, would you want to advertise for it first and go through a process? And
I see what you mean.
Or just wait till March.
I see what you mean.
Yeah, so maybe you'd wait till March if that's appropriate.
Since these 2 alternates have only existed for a short period of time
Right.
anyway.
So we have one alternate, so if one person's missing, we still have one alternate. And I don't know how many times, Pat, we've had to have both alternates working.
Not once since the 5 months I've been here.
And my discussion points were going to be simply that this committee exists by statute. It's the only one, other than the council, of the committees and commissions that exist by statute. So I think a more formal process for that is warranted. I also will echo Mr. Schneider's comments that we should have the same rules for everyone. So that would mean, I don't even know if Mr. Hepperla applied for the position in the past. So
For the record, I
think
invited
he
him to
should
take it.
go through the process, apply if he wants to be an alternate, and then we can all hear him speak. And we should just follow the normal process. That wasn't on the agenda for tonight. So.
Right, and to that point, as far as following the normal process, we certainly didn't do that when we decided to remove Sharon Eklund from
we did.
the parking task force. We appointed someone who did not apply and was never even consulted about it.
So the process, and I understand that you're relatively new to the city council, council member Gregory, but the process is at the beginning of the meeting, any one of the council members have the opportunity to add or remove an item from the agenda. I made a motion at the beginning. The item was added. We went through the process. We took a vote. She was removed. It was not an exception. You didn't follow that process tonight, so there's no difference or discrepancy in the way these items were treated.
I think I'm going to.
The normal Robert's Rules of Orders. I made a motion. It wasn't seconded. That's the process. And if you want to change Robert's Rules of Order, be my guest, sir.
I think the suggestion that we wait until our normal time frame for appointing planning commissioners and planning commissioner alternates until March 2018, we should stick with that. And any further discussion should end. We've got quite a bit of agenda to continue with here.
Mr. Mayor, you do need a motion on E.
On E, okay.
I'll make a motion to accept Jeff Envold's resignation from the Planning Commission and appoint Laura Moore to fill the vacancy.
A second.
All in favor, say aye.
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 None against, the motion carries. Next item on the agenda donations.
Move we accept donations from Penny Lundgren in the amount of $610 for water bottles at the Recreation Center.
Second.
All in favor of approving this motion, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. So we're into new business. First item on the agenda under new business is Victoria Main Street Holdings LLC.
Kelly.
Good
Is that
evening.
Kelly, or is that Pat?
It's Kelly.
It'll be both
Kelly.
of us. So,
Okay.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and Council. So, the city received notice from the current owners of Victoria Flats LLC that they had entered into an agreement for another owner to purchase that property. So, as part of the original TIF note and development agreement for that property, there were clauses that would allow for the assignment of the TIF note, provided certain criteria were met. So the council does need to approve of the transfer, but essentially if they meet the criteria for it, the council really doesn't have the ability to deny it. So the new owners, proposed new owners, submitted some financial documents to the city's municipal advisor at Northland Securities. She reviewed those and did conclude that they do have the financial means to take over the property. And then there were also a number of other documents that our bond counsel, Jenny Bolton, recommended that get approval for. So she has worked with the attorneys for the new buyer, and we've got all the documents in order now. So Jenny has prepared a resolution to approve the collateral assignment of TIF agreement and TIF note and assignment and assumption of development agreement and TIF assistance agreement and assignment of the TIF note. So there's quite a few documents, but she's worked with them to get those prepared. The new buyers will be paying all of the associated legal fees with this, so the city is not having to pay for any of the attorney time for this. So with that, we'd be looking for the motion that is prepared, and I'm just going to pull it up here. So I don't know if you have it in front of you. Did you put it on here? I don't think so. Okay.
We have it, but it would be nice if it was on the screen.
Okay, so the proposed motion is in the box here.
I move we approve a resolution approving collateral assignment of TIF agreement and TIF note and assignment and assumption of development agreement and TIF assistance agreement and assignment of TIF note.
Second.
Any further discussion of this subject?
A couple quick questions. Is this completely within the norm of transacting business? Is there anything that deviates from the original development agreement, or because I think there were provisions in that for new ownership, et cetera. Is that correct?
That's correct. It was anticipated that it could be a possibility when the original documents were drafted.
There's nothing out of the ordinary about this. It's a pretty standard
Pretty standard,
transaction?
yes.
Okay, thank you.
It was just a question that doesn't change the appropriateness of this transaction. When we built the flats, the information coming from the Beard Group was that they usually kept ownership of their buildings. Is there a reason that this transaction is occurring?
I'm not aware of any. I think they keep some and they sell some depending upon what they have going. The company that is buying it has been involved in, I believe, the leasing part of it, so they're somewhat affiliated with it or familiar with the project.
Mr. Mayor, I can tell you that the building he built in Osseo, somewhat similar to this building, he also sold off after some period of time. So I don't know what was represented, but I think he does hold some properties, but not all.
Okay, any further discussion? All in favor of the motion to approve this resolution, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. None opposed, motion carries. Next item on the agenda is the four-way stop at County Roads 11, 18, and 43, and that'll be Kara and Pat.
Mayor and Council, I'm appearing from the audience today. The mayor requested that this item be included on the agenda, specifically related to the prospect of requesting that the county install a four-way stop sign at the intersection of 11, 43, and 18. So all four of those legs are under county jurisdiction. So if a four-way stop were to be created at that intersection, that would be up to the county to require that stop sign to go in. So I think my next slide has a motion. If the council is interested in submitting that request to the city council, the motion is written such to authorize staff to submit a request to evaluate the implementation of a four-way stop control at the intersection. Do you want to hop back, Pat? The thing that I noted when I was looking at the prospect of it being a four-way intersection is just wondering, you know how much traffic there is on 11? So if the traffic on 11 was required to stop, particularly during the AM and PM peak, would we start to see an increase of cut-through traffic of people cutting around the intersection on the routes that I highlighted in blue there? So I think we'd want the county to evaluate the prospect of it being a four-way and weigh in back to the city before they moved forward with implementing it.
Kara, question. Note in the staff report, it says all-way stop control could be considered as an interim solution until construction of a roundabout or installation of a signal can be implemented. That sounds like it's pending.
So in a couple of years ago, the county completed a warrant analysis of the intersection and concluded that within a 2 years' time, few years' time, it would likely meet warrants for a traffic signal or a roundabout. The county also has improvements programmed for County Road 43 in 2020. That's more of a maintenance type, mill and overlay type project, but they're putting out an RFP right now, a request for proposals to look specifically at this intersection for a roundabout or a traffic signal in anticipation of constructing it in conjunction with that 2020 project.
And as an engineer, do you have a preference in one or the other?
Typically they'll go through an analysis to see what makes the most sense for the intersection given the traffic conditions. The feedback we've gotten from the public over the last few years was suggesting that a roundabout would be a good fit in this location, but certainly there's right-of-way associated with constructing a roundabout at that intersection. So until the county actually has a consultant on board and does the analysis to determine what the impacts would be of either a signal or a roundabout at the intersection, I wouldn't want to prejudge what those facts would result as a conclusion that I would recommend.
If the final outcome is a roundabout, for example, what's the city's role in that, either financial or other?
So the county has a cost participation policy that would apply to intersection improvements. So we'd have to run through that policy to see what our role would be. What's unique here is none of the legs are ours. So I don't know that we would be necessarily responsible for any big piece. So as an example, the intersection of 11 and Victoria Drive by Floyd's, one of those legs is ours, so for that traffic signal, we had to pay part of one of those legs. So certainly one of the things we've talked about at this intersection would be pedestrian improvements, and typically under the county's cost participation policy, the pedestrian improvements would be a local cost. So all of that would be analyzed as part of the preliminary design work that the consultant would do over the next several months.
The fact that there's a hill there affect what the outcome will be ultimately?
I don't actually know the answer to that. I personally haven't conducted roundabout versus...
I would think a roundabout is difficult if you're coming up a hill.
And, the intersection's fairly constrained. There's houses close by, but all of that would be evaluated by the engineers.
I have a question. So if there was a four-way stop, the obvious outcome is the traffic would back up to a certain degree in all directions. and would slow everything down. So this would be taken into consideration by the county, but this is certainly getting to be a very dangerous intersection. So I think something should be done, but sometimes the medicine is worse than the...
Well, and I have a similar concern about, I don't know if it was my preference as stoplight or a roundabout. I have a concern about a roundabout when you have two dissimilar streets in terms of traffic. And so the specific thing that you mentioned in morning traffic, evening traffic, I've been stuck at roundabouts where there's traffic coming from one direction and you can never get on the thing.
And that's part of why they go through, the engineers will go through a process of determining what they would recommend given the traffic conditions at the intersection, as well as geometric conditions, right-of-way conditions, all of that stuff.
With respect to the four-way stop, have you had any discussions with county officials whether you think they might approve it or not approve it, or if they thumbs up, thumbs down?
I did send an email after receiving the request from the mayor to include it on the agenda as to whether they'd agree to put one in, and their response was that they would like to evaluate it before weighing in on whether to put one in or not. And they thought they would like to have the consultant that they bring on board to do the preliminary design take a look at that question before they would agree to it or not agree to it.
And traffic does back up on County Road 11 during rush hour. That backs up quite a ways. So this is just another backup point. But I don't know if it's a dangerous intersection. And I've taken some of those arrows rather than making a left-hand turn off of 18 or 43 there. It's nearly impossible during rush hour. So
yeah, this intersection has been one that I've gotten a lot of concerns expressed to me by citizens over the years. So when the county gas tax plan was released, this intersection wasn't originally in what they were programming, and the city requested that they add it, and they did add it. So the good news is we're talking about actually seeing permanent improvements in the next, short-term basis versus.
So would we see pedestrian improvements soon, or not until something major is done?
The improvements need to come when the intersection's reconstructed.
Okay, so we're not going to see pedestrian improvements either?
Not at that intersection until the design's complete. If once they get through, it really just depends on what the conclusion is of whether it's a traffic signal or a roundabout and what the programmed improvement is, whether there'd be an opportunity to do something sooner. That design work might inform that process.
So I will add my comment that that's a horrible intersection, and I avoid it whenever possible as a seasoned driver, and with the high school or whatever it is down the road and the number of inexperienced drivers who are making those judgment calls, I think this is a very high priority for the city of Victoria and people passing through it to upgrade this, improve the safety of this intersection. I think the note here about possible cut-through routes, I think you can take the word possible and just out of there and just say these are the cut-through routes. You can be assured, whether it's a lot or a little, there will be people, and they will probably be the people who are late for wherever they're going, and so they're moving a little faster, not just increasing the volume of traffic through the neighborhoods, but the rate of travel. So what would we don't own any of the legs of the intersection, but we own everything that's affected by that cut-through traffic. What would our response, or let's not even wait, what would our proactive measures be to make sure that if traffic control, and I think whether it's a light or a stop sign, it's going to be the same. A roundabout's the only thing that probably could minimize or avoid the cut-through traffic. So what would our response or our plans be to address that?
Unfortunately, there isn't a magic bullet, as I've said a million times before, to get people to be respectful and drive more slowly past their neighbors' houses. But that's certainly something we can talk about as a staff and provide feedback on to the council.
One of the good things, if the traffic were to back up on Victoria Drive to the south, they would slow down traffic coming into the city, which is still a problem at the intersection of 86th and Deer Run. So that might be beneficial in the short term. I personally think that we should have the county take a look at it. This is problematic, but we have a real dangerous intersection, and something should be done. And I guess this is the first step.
Cue the motion.
I agree. I think if we send this to the county, make them look at it, it keeps it on their radar, and hopefully we can keep moving along.
I'll make a motion to authorize staff to submit a request to Carver County Public Works to evaluate the implementation of all-way stop control at the intersection of County Road 11, 43, and 18.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
None against. The motion carries unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next item on the agenda is the floodplain ordinance discussion. That's Pat.
Good evening, Mayor, Acting Mayor, and members of the City Council. FEMA completed its updating of its flood insurance study for the Carver County. As part of that study, they went and updated all their floodplain maps. Staff at the Department of Natural Resources, DNR, indicated that no structures in Victoria are located in the floodplain. However, if anybody wants to buy federally insured flood insurance, the city has to participate in the National Flood Insurance Program. To be a participant of the National Flood Insurance Program, we have to adopt a flood protection ordinance. Staff drafted the flood protection ordinance that's in your packet. It is very similar to the DNR model ordinance. The staff at DNR has reviewed it, city attorney has reviewed it, and DNR is comfortable with the ordinance that's in your staff report. The Planning Commission reviewed this at their meeting on October 22nd and recommended approval of the proposed ordinance. One thing that I wanted to highlight, though, in the ordinance, that there are some blanks, and the blanks are to indicate some sections that it references. And we're in the process of transferring or going from Muni Code, that when we adopted ordinance, we sent it to Muni Code. Muni Code staff changes our ordinance online and then indicates to us that it's done. And it usually takes 4 to 6 weeks to get it done. What they have now since done, Muni Code, that is they purchased a software that allows individual staff at the individual cities to make the changes themselves. So then we can update it on the website the next day after the city council adopted it or when it becomes effective. As part of that transition, what Muni Code is also offering to do is to renumber any of our sections. And so what staff has requested in Muni Code to do is look at our zoning ordinance and pull it out and make it into an appendix. And so the numbering system is easier to understand. So what's in front of you right now is what is, I think I chopped off the wrong one. But anyways, the way it looks like now is it's part of our city code, and it's chapter 109 of our city code. And then the zoning districts are Article 109, and then there's sections of the article. So if I want to reference the fences and retaining walls in our current city code, I would reference section 109-59 in Article 109 in chapter 109. Whereas if we renumbered it, we could easily just say section 3-9 of Appendix B, which is our zoning ordinance. So with that, staff is recommending approval of the floodplain ordinance, and I'll take any questions.
Have we ever had a floodplain ordinance in the past?
No, we have not.
And an individual can buy federally subsidized floodplain insurance for property that's not in a floodplain?
That is correct. Actually, the staff at DNR stated that most people that have flood insurance are not located in a floodplain.
Have we had any citizen requests flood insurance that got referred back to us because we didn't have an ordinance?
Not that I'm aware of.
I'm curious what brought this onto our radar screen.
Well, the DNR and FEMA are revising all the floodplain maps for Carver County, and they have sent mailings to all the cities and saying if you want to be part of the flood insurance program, you have to adopt this ordinance. And so we are adopting this ordinance to be proactive in case anybody in the city wants to have nationally subsidized flood insurance.
And Mayor, council member, just to your point, the typical way this comes up, Pat, you'll correct me if I'm wrong, but is that the remapping process, the remapping of floodplain causes some properties that weren't previously in floodplain to be included, to be delineated floodplain, and that will predictably bring out homeowners that either don't like that mapping or want to know the consequences of that, and then that turns into the need for a floodplain. But Pat, you're saying that there is no change, there is no material change to the floodplain areas designated in the city? Is that?
That is correct.
Okay.
Is there any cost to the city to participate in the program other than the staff cost of updating the ordinances?
There is no cost to the city.
Thank you.
Any further discussion? Again.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Council. In answer to your question about the mapping and previous inquiries, we actually have had one with the Zumbra flooding in 2014. At the time, the city was not mapped through FEMA, and so a couple of years after that, the flooding situation, one of the residents in Zumbra came to the city and had a really, really difficult time getting flood insurance for their property because of the lack of mapping. So just to clarify that.
Okay, so we're mapped, but we're not in the floodplain.
Correct.
So does that change the level of difficulty to acquire insurance?
To my knowledge, no. It greatly improves their ability to do so. Okay. It seems counterintuitive, I know, but that's my understanding of it as well.
So the threat in Victoria comes from lakes. So we obviously have quite a bit of water to consider.
And I think, as over time, we're seeing a lot more rain events and larger rain events. So, yeah, I think that there's certainly some potential flooding on the horizon.
You say your name and title, too, please.
Sure, my name is Ann Monkamp, the Parks and Public Works Director for the city.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Yep.
Any further discussion? I think I'll make a motion to adopt ordinance number 429, adopting the flood protection ordinance.
I will second that motion.
Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
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 All against? Sir, Mr.
It was an aye.
I said aye.
You were an aye.
I said aye.
Motion is passed unanimously. Next item on the agenda, discussion of the two-year mayoral term. Doug, did you want to say a few words before we start this?
Mr. Mayor, this agenda item was put on the agenda at the request of Councilmember Vogt, and it is his reaction is from a letter we received from a Victoria resident urging the city to consider changing the election of a mayor to a two-year term. This action tonight, the only action you could give us tonight on this would be to tell us to advertise that we are considering an ordinance to do that because we have a state law requirement, a 10-day notice on our internet that we're considering an ordinance. So what you could do tonight is direct staff to put it on the internet, indicating that it would be on the next city council meeting. If the ordinance were changed as recommended here, the current mayor who was elected for a 4-year term would be the first mayor to serve a 2-year term until his term expires 2 years from now, and then the next mayor elected would be the first mayor elected to a 2-year term.
Okay. I'm the person that brought this to the city council. A citizen came to me with a very articulate and thorough letter with a suggestion that the council should seriously discuss and possibly act on the notion that we should change the term of our mayor back from 4 years to 2 years. And the letter, which is public record now, has a case logically built that there are a lot of upsides to having a 4-year term, but there are downsides. The downsides are that the people don't have the power of recall. And basically, if there is a problem with the mayor or anything like that, there is no way to recall, and this would automatically allow a 2-year recall. And the other benefit is that this would ensure that 3 out of 5 council members would be up for re-election every 2 years. The other thing that's pointed out in the letter, which is accurate, is that everyone around us, all the cities around us except for the city of Chanhassen, do this. They have 2-year mayoral terms and 4-year council terms. Everyone around us does it. So it's not a notion that has not been tested. And the benefits are those that I just mentioned, and they're also mentioned in the letter. Of course, there's the other side of the coin, which says that the mayor's job is difficult, and it would be nice to have 4 years to do the job. I think you can argue that there's risk to having a mayor elected for 4 years. And so this council needs to discuss it further.
If I might?
Sure.
I'm not exactly sure what problem we're trying to solve here, but if we're going to go back to, say, the citizen survey, where many residents weighed in and they were unhappy with, I think, the government as a whole, and I think we all played a part in that. There's 5 of us on this council, last I checked. And I think if there would have been an item on this year's ballot that asked to recall all 5 of us, I'm guessing that would have garnered a lot of support. So this problem doesn't address the 4 of us, so to speak. As you said, running for mayor is a lot of work, or not just running for mayor is a lot of work, but being mayor is a lot of work, and it takes time to learn the job. But running for mayor is also a lot of work, and we have 2 candidates that just went through the process. It takes a lot of time, a lot of effort, and a lot of money. We expect our mayors, for the most part, we don't expect them to, but for the most part, most of our mayors have full-time jobs, and being mayor is a time-consuming job. And to ask somebody to carry a full-time job, be mayor, and then run for mayor every 2 years, that's a lot of work, a lot of time, a lot of money. And as far as the money aspect of it, if you ask a mayor to run every 2 years, well, it's expensive, and oftentimes that may require people to have to donate to those campaigns, and oftentimes those are business owners. Those are people within the community, and when those business owners come to the council, that removes the separation from our elected officials to some of our business people. So that's kind of a detriment, I think. But and then maybe this is a question for Mr. Vos, but if we were to take action on this after the first of the year, would that affect this motion at all, as far as changing the term in 2020 to a 2-year term? I guess what I'm getting at is, if this is really good government, and if this is about good government, and if this is about improving the process, then allowing the new council to weigh in on this, as opposed to a lame duck council, I think has merit. So would it affect this motion at all if we were to put this off till next year?
So, Mayor and council member, the letter that you received referred to the statute. I don't have the letter in front of me, but I think it referred to the statute that allows city councils to do this, reconsider or change the term of mayor. I don't think it's cited. I don't think that letter, as I read it, cited the language of the statute. The language of the statute is, and this is 412.022, and it's subdivision 1. It says the council, referring to the city council, the council may by ordinance establish a 4-year term or reestablish a 2-year term for the office of mayor commencing with the ensuing term, except that, and then it goes on to talk about a standard plan city, which this city is not, so it's not relevant language. So I understand the language about making that change for the ensuing term, in this case, to refer to the term after Mayor Funk's current term ends. So it does not matter, as I understand it, whether you would do this year or next, or frankly, prior to the end of his term in the following year.
Correct. So, and to my point, just to make sure that this isn't about personal differences, personal animosity, and it's more about good government, I would challenge Councilmember Vogt to remove this item for consideration.
So
they put it off until next year.
Thank you for your comments.
Councilmember Gregory, I actually agree with you. There's no upside or downside of doing it tonight or doing it in January. I was part of the group that went through very careful consideration to change it to 4 years. It was done for very specific reasons, and we can go back and pull up the minutes and review that in a great amount of detail, and I think we actually should take the time to do that. That's not going to happen tonight. We don't have the benefit of time to do that. And so I would I wouldn't recommend that we remove the item. I recommend we table it until either the first or second meeting of the new council in January, the second meeting then. Doug is telling me the second. And give this the debate that it merits.
Councilor Striegel?
So I too was part of the group that made this change, and of the 8 years I've been up here, there's 2, maybe 3 votes I'd like to have a redo on, and this is one of them. I think in the same context that it's work to campaign and it's work to be the mayor, making a 4-year commitment, I think, can have some clearly detrimental effects in terms of who's willing to stand up and make that commitment for 4 years. So that's one argument. Also, I think, a 2-year mayoral term served us for 97 years. I don't think that it is without its merits. I do think it is the work for the new council to do, but I don't think that I think we could put it on the council agenda to begin the process. And although I don't think it's required, I think 1 or 2 opportunities for public hearing or public opportunity to come to the podium, weigh in on it, and give their opinion. I think it's our job, any council's job, to make sure that we are reflecting the sentiments of the residents. So the best way I can think of to do that is to open up the mic and let people come and talk and speak to it, pro or against, and then render their votes once we've had an opportunity for people to speak.
Thank you all for your comments. I'll just reiterate that, as Councilor Striegel said, that we had a 2-year mayoral term for 97 years, and all of our neighboring cities except Chanhassen use this method. So this is not something that's strange. On the other hand, I respect the comments made, and I respect the 2 new incumbent council members. So what I think is this thing needs good discussion, strong discussion, and even though a public hearing is not required, I personally think that public hearing should take place. But the subject matter needs to be discussed further, especially in the public forum. So I'd be in favor of postponing further discussion till the second, is it the second meeting in January when the two new incumbent
January
councilors?
22nd.
January 22nd. Postpone the discussion till January 22nd.
So do we need to move to table it, or is that it?
Table. I think we can table it.
So we can
Yeah,
table
well,
it.
so Mayor, and this is a fun chance to talk about Robert's rules. If we're going to move an item to a date certain, not the next meeting, then technically it would be a motion to postpone to a date certain. A motion to table is actually an indefinite period of time that you're taking consideration off the table. So I believe under Roberts, it would be a motion to postpone.
I make a motion to postpone. A recommendation, do we need a motion?
Yes.
I'll make a motion to postpone this subject matter until January 22nd.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Next item on the agenda is the Lake Town 12th preliminary plat and rezoning. That's Pat, I believe.
Terry Hartman from Hartman Communities is seeking to rezone the subject property from agricultural to PUD and approval of a preliminary plat of a 29 lot detached villa development on 9.2 acres of land. The property is located on the overhead in front of you. It's on the west side of County Road 11 and just south of the current Lake Town development. The original plan that came to staff included a 33 individual lot, and you can see here it had a cul-de-sac with lots that removed much of the significant trees stands. Since then, they revised it and came to a concept plan or a sketch plan that went to the Planning Commission and the City Council, and at that time it was titled Vassar Property. And I'll get into the details of why that name has changed in a little bit. But with that, what they did was they created a connection, a trail from this cul-de-sac to the existing neighborhood, or actually it's not an existing, but it will be a future neighborhood to the west with a trail. And they eliminated the lots in that wooded area to open up that trail, so I made sure that it was a public trail, not just a private trail. And that was the sketch plan. Since the sketch plan, what they now are proposing, they've eliminated 4 lots from the 33 unit sketch plan to 29 units. One of the keys of by eliminating the lots, one of the biggest improvements is the increase in the buffer along Victoria Drive, and they moved the entire development farther to the west and saved even more trees by eliminating the 4 lots. The 29 detached villas are generally 56 feet wide and 135 feet deep, with average lot sizes of 7,560 square feet, which is slightly smaller than the lots to the north. The gross density is 3.3 units per acre, while the net density is 4.5 units per acre. The comprehensive plan guides the site as low-density residential. The low-density residential is between 1.5 and 5.9 units per acre. So what is being proposed is consistent with the comprehensive plan. The proposed setbacks are very similar to our R2 setbacks. The front yard setback will be 25 feet. The R2 setback is 8 feet, where this is being proposed at 7.5 feet. The rear yard setbacks are also consistent at 30 feet, and then the maximum hard cover is also consistent at 45%. The reason why they're requesting a reduction in the side yard setbacks is just for error, essentially. The villas are going to be 40 feet wide, and the proposed lots are 56 feet wide. So if you had an 8-foot side yard setback on either side, if there was a couple inches off here, a couple inches off there of the foundation, then you'd have a non-conforming structure. And so given that extra 6 inches will help with that error, human error. The proposed villas will be targeted mainly to the empty nesters. It will be in the price range of $350,000 to $400,000. There'll be one story in height, which will, and then I was going to mention that the applicant is planning to sell the lots to Lennar, which is developing the lake town around it. And the reason why they're changing the name from Vassar Plat to the Lennar or the lake town, because they're selling the units to Lennar. They thought it would just be consistent to have it as part of the lake town neighborhood. The proposed development includes a trail that connects to the existing trail to the north. Actually, go back here. Through this Outlot C. And as you can see, one of the issues that happened with I think it's Lake Town 8th, is that there's only a 20-foot wide outlot to the north. And that's one of the reasons why they can't create a 8-foot berm, which is required by our ordinance, but they do have a 40-foot wide outlot, which is the minimum width for an outlot. But because of this 20-foot outlot to the north, they can't create the full-size berm that's required in our ordinance. One of the benefits of, again, eliminating those 4 lots and moving this outlot, increase the size of that, is that when this development to the north or to the south develops, they'll be in a much better way to provide a larger berm and probably even a greater outlot because Bridle Way now has shifted to the west. The applicant is also proposing to develop a trail, as I mentioned, connecting these 2 cul-de-sacs. He's also proposing to dedicate Outlot A, I believe, as the wooded outlot to the city, and is not taking any park dedication. Even though he's dedicating that area, it's not considered a park. It'd be more of a nature area. And then finally, there are 2 lots north of the proposed development along Bridle Way that don't have any sidewalks in front of them. If you look at this aerial here, you can see the 2 lots that don't have the sidewalks, but then the sidewalks continue north of Hackmore Drive, and the proposed development has a sidewalk on the west side of Bridle Way. The staff is recommending that the developer, as part of this development, constructs a sidewalk in front of the 2 homes that would connect this entire sidewalk system, which is important with the elementary school nearby. We have contacted the 2 property owners on Bridle Way to let them know that a sidewalk would be part of this development and that they would be probably have to cut open the driveways a little bit, but the developer would reconnect the driveways, and so that it wouldn't impact the neighbors at all.
Did you get any negative reaction from those 2 homeowners on that?
The one I talked to on the corner, I think she was just concerned that everything was brought back to its proper where it is now. And then the other one to the south, I haven't talked to them personally, but I've left a number of messages with neighbors. They're I guess busy right now, but they know this is part of the recommendation.
Thank you.
Again, one of the by eliminating those 4 lots, they've also eliminated one of the lots back here, which again saves more trees to act as a natural buffer to the neighborhood to the north. They're proposing a evergreen screen to that neighborhood to the north, and then a screen to the future neighborhood to the south. The trail along County Road 11 would have a combination of evergreens and overstory trees. And then there would be overstory trees in the city right-of-way along the sidewalks. The proposed tree preservation plan preserves roughly 55% of the significant trees on the site. The property is currently zoned agriculture, which is a holding zone until development occurs. The property is guided in the comprehensive plan as low-density residential, as I mentioned. The property would be rezoned to a planned unit development. This development is adding a desirable component to the Victoria's housing mix. The small scale of the development at 29 units would allow it to blend into Victoria's residential environment better than a larger development would. By eliminating the 4 lots from the sketch plan, the applicant was able to preserve more of the significant trees, provide a larger buffer along County Road 11, but most importantly, move the bridle way, the street, farther away from County Road 11 to ensure the development to the south will not be in the same predicament and would be able to provide a sufficient buffer from County Road 11. Proposed plan preserves roughly 55% of the significant trees on site and dedicates the city to the wooded area to the city without the applicant receiving any credit for the park dedication. And lastly, the developer will be responsible to install a sidewalk that is not part of the development, but would be part of when they do the sidewalks. Thus, staff is recommending approval of the rezoning and preliminary plat subject to the conditions and stipulations listed in the staff or the resolution and ordinance in the staff report. The Planning Commission recommended approval at their meeting. We did make some changes to the preliminary plat resolution, and a hard copy was given to you. Nothing substantial has changed. We just pretty much moved some pieces around. So, but the one in front of you is the one that's staff's recommended for approval. With that, I'll take any questions. Otherwise, Terry Hartman, the applicant, is here as well.
Pat, thank you. What are the differences between our standard R2 zone and PRD1 as proposed here?
So the main difference is just the side yard setbacks.
I mean, is that the only difference, or are there other differences?
Well, the other thing that they don't meet is the berm height. Okay. The berm height has to be 8 feet. They didn't make that, so that's why they need to do the PUD as opposed to a straight zoning.
So those are the only 2 deviations?
Correct.
Thank you.
So, excuse me, tell me about the berm again. They couldn't make the 8 feet, but is the width, is it narrower or the same width?
So the width meets the ordinance requirements of 40 feet. They just weren't able to get the 8 foot. I think that's a maximum slope of 3 to 1. So they couldn't get the 8 foot height within that 40 feet.
So how is that? If they're meeting the requirements on width, isn't it designed so that they could get the 8 feet?
I think if you do the math, I think you have to be a 50-foot wide outlot to get an 8 foot high berm.
So anytime we have an 8 foot berm, or anytime we have a narrow berm, we're dealing with a PUD?
Or you get a variance. But I think what we're trying to do is provide the right width and then try to create as much of a berm as possible, which I think the applicant has done in the grading.
So what's the grading height then going to be? It's not 8.
Yeah. Terry, do you have an answer to that?
Pro Tem Mayor, Terry Hartman, Hartman Communities, 1750 Tower Boulevard. It was a really challenging location there in that it's not a simple answer to your question. There's a drainage swale that drains the property underneath County Road 11 to the east, and we have to maintain that drain. So we've got the natural drainage of the land that's dropping down right in the same spot that the ordinance calls for a berm. So we have a practical impossibility of building that. And along with that, we have the bridle way, which comes from the existing neighborhood that sets one of our given points also. So we have a rock and a hard spot that we're working with, and we can't vary the grades on bridle way horizontal or vertical under a certain limitation. So we kind of don't have the room with that dip down to the drainage to come up at 3 to 1 slope and achieve the full 8 feet. So mitigating circumstance there is we provide as much width as the ordinance and the land allows for us. I think we've about doubled the amount of trees that are going in that buffer area and the berm area. We're also limiting ourselves from what would be a walkout, typical walkout lot where you'd have 3 stories exposed. We're limiting ourselves to 2 stories exposed. So they're doing the same thing that an 8-foot tall berm would do, is screening 1 of the 3 stories that could be exposed. So all of that coming together, we think we've met the spirit and intent of the 8-foot berm without being able to put that much grade there. Now, the 8-foot berm is a new part of the R2 zoning. A little bit difficult for us to figure out where that was intended to be measured from. So from the trail location, we do have 9 feet of rise to the top of the berm that we planned in about 2/3 of the exposure on County Road 11. We just don't drop back down on the house side of that the full 8 feet. We drop down an average of, or a range of 4 to about 1 foot on the back side. But on the roadside, which is what you'd be exposed to for the cars going by, we do have most of that section is 8 to 9 feet, and then of course where the drainage needs to come down to the existing culvert underneath the road, then we do not have a berm. We need to maintain the drainage. So a lot of uniqueness to the site, a rock and a hard spot, and we've done the best we can to mitigate and meet the intent of the ordinance. Did I answer your question?
Very well. I still have a concern if you look at the Lake Town development in total, and you look at all the berms in Lake Town starting at Deer Run, and look at the size of those berms, which function very well. They hide the entire house in most cases. So there's not a synergy here with the rest of the berming on Lake Town. I don't doubt that you did a good creative job to make this work, but it'll be a link that sticks out that where the berm is nowhere near the size of the berms that were further south or further north. So that's just a little concern, but I think this is a good development. The berming is a concern, though. And I like the fact that you save the trees, but still.
So, I echo everything you said, and the one thing that's limiting this is that 3-to-1 slope, I guess, right?
Yep.
So, if this is intended to be kind of a natural, unmaintained area, can you put more height and let the slope be steeper? If I understand it, if you got to run a lawnmower across it, that there's safety considerations and just practical considerations. But if you're not, if it's going to be natural, unmaintained area, why not let the slope go steeper and the height go a little higher? Is that something that's doable? I guess I'm asking you as a developer, but also in terms of what we're trying to accomplish. Is that the thing that can give instead of the height? Or
we could take a look at that. Again, our maximum slope in our ordinance is 3-to-1.
Right.
But I think it's probably because of the maintenance of it.
I mean, something's giving, right? We're either going to give on the slope or we're going to give on the height. Or maybe both. Maybe meet in the middle somewhere. But I guess my question is, will that berm be maintained? Will it be mowed or will it be a natural area?
Yeah, it's a good thing to take a look at. Part of it is in the city outlot, and part of it will very well be ending up on the private lots. So, we don't want the taxpayers to have to pay extra to deal with that slope, and I don't know the impact on the private lot. I mean, another part of our choice here was to move everything to the west and impact mature oak trees and maple trees. So again, the spot of being caught between a rock and a hard spot on this particular piece of property.
And I guess ultimately it's up to you to sell the properties, right? So if it's unacceptable to the consumer, then it's kind of ends up being yours and Lennar's problem. So I think you're doing the thing you believe is will meet the market expectation. Or
in this particular case, the target market is retirees or empty nesters. The idea is they'll be paying somebody else as efficiently as possibly to maintain their properties for them. So to keep that cost managed, you want to set these up that they'll be cost efficient to manage so that the dues will be affordable.
Thank you. One other comment here, and I don't know if I didn't read this closely enough, but on page 2 of the staff report, there's the table, and it shows the 7.5 versus 8 foot side yard, so that's fine. But then it says maximum hardcover 45%. If I go back to page 6 under item number 4, it says maximum hardcover 55%. So is that just a typo, or?
The ordinance allows 55%, and that's what we had asked for, and I think it was typed up erroneously at the Planning Commission, and we caught that, and I believe the resolution is correct at 55%, and that's right from the R2 ordinance.
You should clarify that as
Right.
it's consistent.
So it is 55%. The 45% came from the ordinance that's semi-detached, and the 55% is for association single family.
Okay, but the 55, the Planning Commission action taken on October 16th, stating 55%, that is the correct?
That is correct. Correct.
Okay, thank you. Nothing else?
Any further discussion?
Just a couple of questions. Now, the outlet to the west, could you just kind of describe what that's like? I mean, what you mentioned, it's got mature trees. Is it lowland? Is it
to the west?
To the west, would they outlet to the city?
Trees.
Yeah, well, there's a slope, a natural slope, actually 2 ravines that run through that wooded area, and they run to the southwest.
Okay.
And the water will drain off that direction. Lennar's previously, I believe it's Lake Town 11th was approved, and there's a cul-de-sac that will be built on the west side of that woods. So it really channels the drainage to go towards the southwest and around the bulb of that new cul-de-sac.
Okay. And I heard that that's the city's, and then are you contributing to the parkland dedication as well?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, we're not asking for credit
Right.
for
and how much was that, just ballpark, do you know?
the parkland dedication fee?
Yeah.
$60,000 roughly.
Okay. So we did get to keep a lot of trees, and we did get parkland. That's a good thing. That's just what I wanted to point out.
And you get a trail through that, connecting through that
Right.
conservation area.
Now, a little confused. Now, you're doing the development, and then Lennar's building homes?
Correct. In the process of when we purchased the property and proposed the first development, we don't build homes, so we look for builders. Lennar was one of those parties that we negotiated with, and because of their relationship here in Victoria, it was a natural fit. Okay. One of the things that we're most excited about working with them is at the Planning Commission, or at the concept level. When I came before you the first time, we didn't know the price point. And there was a little bit of concern that maybe the price point for our retirees is getting too expensive. Happy to report that Lennar's successful product is in the $335 to $360 base price. In your report, I asked Pat to bump that up a little bit because there's options and things to go from $350 or $340 to maybe $400, but that's well below some of the least expensive new product in Victoria today, and I'm pretty excited to be able to deliver that.
That is good news.
Okay. This is probably a better question for Lennar, but I noticed 2 of the lots, I think, are slab homes. Is that?
Yeah, they're at this point designed as slab on grade, right?
Right. And since this is being marketed to retirees, any consideration within the development community of increasing the amount of stock houses that would be wheelchair accessible? So, like I said, this is retirees. At some point, many of us end up in a wheelchair for one reason or another for some length of time. But just incorporating small things like 3-foot doors and a rolling shower, you do those 2 things, and you would eliminate many remodeling costs for people. And I'm just curious if there's an appetite out there for that.
That's a great question, and Lennar sells more homes than anybody in the state. So they would better be able to answer how many requests they get, and if they actually have a model that somebody could choose that was universally designed. They'll be back in front of you with more of this detailed product at the final, and you could ask them at that point.
You just use the term universal design. That's the term.
I believe that's the
Yes.
that's the term that's used.
What's the rough square footage of these?
On the main floor, 1,500 to 1,900, and if there's a basement put under it, obviously it doubles that.
2x. Okay.
Yeah,
Thank you.
2-car garage.
This looks really good. I respect the fact that the planning commission approved this. My only concern was the berms, because I was on the planning commission when we built those big berms further north on Lake Town. So that, in my day on the planning commission, that was the berm you wanted. So times are changing. But I think you did a great job making this thing come together. So
Thank you. Appreciate that.
time to make motions. We have 2 motions that'll be on the table. First one would be for a resolution authorizing ordinance number 430. Gonna call those up, Pat?
So if we want to do them in the order that they're on the staff report, I can make the first one,
Sure.
which is to approve resolution approving the preliminary plat of Lake Town 12th edition.
Second.
Any discussion further? None? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
None opposed, motion carries. We have a,
Second motion is I'll make a motion to approve ordinance number 430, rezoning subject parcel from agriculture to a planned unit development.
I'll second the motion. Any further discussion? All those in favor of approving this motion, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Do we have a third motion to consider here?
It's to approve the summary publication of the ordinance.
Okay.
I move we approve a resolution approving summary publication of ordinance number 430.
Second.
All in favor of resolution number approving the summary publication of ordinance 430, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Next item of business is the market study on the 13.5 acres. That's Pat.
Mayor Funk wanted staff to solicit some quotes to update the retail and housing market studies, specifically for the 13.5 acre property. The city completed a housing market study and a retail market study back in 2011. Macomb Group completed the retail market study, which was attached to the packet, while Maxfield Research completed the housing study, which was also attached in your packet. Mary Bugeaud from Maxfield Research estimates that updating the housing study would cost $12,000 and would take about 3 months to complete. Jim McComb from McComb Groups estimated an updated retail market study would cost about $15,450, and he actually submitted a proposal to do that work. Staff does not believe that it's going to be a challenge to find a developer for the 13.5 acre site in today's economy. The city completed the 2011 housing and retail market studies probably because the country was coming out of the 2008 recession, and the city needed more additional studies to encourage developers to purchase and redevelop at the site at that time. In addition, any interested developers will want to complete their own market studies with consultants that they have comfort and trust in using. With that, staff is the proposed motion for the council is to take no action or to direct staff to enter into contract with Macomb Group for a retail market study and Maxfield Research to do update the housing study at a total cost not to exceed $27,450.
Or the two.
Correct.
Two questions. Number one, if we decide to go forward with this, from where do these funds come? What budget? This is an unbudgeted expense. Where would we find the money to do this?
Mr. Mayor, I can't answer that question, but I think we could find it somewhere and we'd be able to tell you. I mean, I think it's possible to find the money if you want to do it. I can't tell you specifically. I can get back to you.
Okay, then the second question, or I guess more of a comment, during the break after we heard the discussion on the 13.5 acres, one of the points that was made very clear was the gentleman requesting or describing the interest in the study requested what was the term again? Exclusive. Thank you. An exclusive, some exclusivity clause in an agreement. And my concern about that is I wouldn't want to be locked into something without knowing where that's going, and especially in light of the other gentleman presenting an opportunity. And what I've learned is that the exclusivity could be limited, that we just wouldn't be in a position of selling the property out from under either of the individuals interested in developing the property. And to the extent that is acceptable to those parties, I think I would like to go forward with updating this, providing we have the funds to do so. And that exclusivity is limited to, we just wouldn't agree to sell it within that time frame.
Mr. Mayor, I think we can write a exclusive thing that simply says we're not going to sell the property during that time. And am I understanding you to say that therefore you want to do the city study?
Yeah, I would want to
in addition to the study that the one developer is going to do?
Correct.
Okay.
So the one that isn't the developer going to do similar studies?
They're going to do their own private study.
Yeah.
And we may not end up selling it to them or not. And I would rather have multiple options.
So timing would also be an issue because DJR said they would do their work within 90 to 120 days. 120 days. So how quickly are these studies possible?
They told me about 3 months.
So anybody who would use the data from the studies couldn't get started for 90 days. I recall these two studies that we commissioned in 2011, and I think the staff's recollection is correct. They were done because we were really at the bottom, and there was a desire to turn around the 13.5 acres, and also just to understand where we made our strategic bets with respect to infrastructure, build out, the Wasserman utilities, things of that nature. And so I also trust the staff's recommendation here that it wouldn't add a lot of value given the current economy and environment. And to add to that, I was very unimpressed with at least one of I think it was the Maxfield study information that we received in 2011. And I don't remember a lot of details, but I do recall that I asked a number of questions. They didn't have answers, and they didn't come back with any. There was to be a follow-up, and it never happened. So if there's a overwhelming desire to have that study done, I'd try to find somebody else to do it. But I would follow the staff recommendation, would be my opinion.
Is this something that needs to be sent out for competitive bid?
Mayor, Council, no. No, it's for a couple of reasons. One, the threshold now for competitive bidding for construction projects and the like is $175,000, so we're well under that. And then also professional services. Anytime you're not bidding on goods or construction or things of the like, professional services are exempt. So for at least a couple of reasons, no.
So the total cost of updating both studies is how much again?
$27,450.
$27,450.
Mr. Mayor, if you want to ask that finance question to the finance director who just came back in, you might ask her where the money might come from.
Yes, we have that question previously raised. So is there a possibility of that something has changed in the budget that gives us a little daylight here?
Off the top of my head, my suggestion would be, we've had a lot of building permits coming in this year, so I would consider this development related and possibly look at the money we've collected from development through building fees and other types of activities in that area.
And that's perfectly okay to do?
Yes.
Appropriate?
Yes.
Kind of a logistical question. Normally on an item such as this, we see a line here for budget impact. And I hope that's just an oversight. We're going to normally have that on here, and it would discuss this point. It's missing from this staff report here. There's not a budget impact. No.
Yeah, we typically have a financial impact portion of the statement, and
That'll come back?
yes, yep.
Okay, thank you.
Any further discussion?
I don't know, I think we all have a strong desire to make this, to get something going on this property, and if in any way, shape, or form this helps us move that along, I guess I'm in favor of that.
I'm in favor of, we need to get our timing down so that we don't end up slowing down or disincentivizing one of the parties. We need to get these things done and then be able to take a look at them.
Can I make a motion?
Well,
and I'm going to state it as taking in.
All I was going to say was if we had the possibility of accomplishing Mr. Stuckey's request with the staff support as opposed to third-party support, then we kind of get the best of both without the money, without the expense. But
no, go ahead and say it. Say it again. That's not what I thought you were going to say.
Right. So what I was going to say was that, again, to the point of do we need this or not, Mr. Stuckey asked for an update of this previous report, but it sounded to me like the numbers that you would like to see updated are numbers that probably reside with the city staff and don't require the full update that this $27,450 would give us. And then the time element becomes days or weeks, not months. It gives you time to get started with your work more quickly.
With all due respect, you get what you pay for here, so I'd be a little bit leery. I don't think things are ever as simple as they seem. Having worked with numbers for 40 years, it can't be that simple that we just pull out the study and cross out numbers and start putting in new ones.
But to Councilmember Striegel's point, I think if we take it from this perspective, that the motion would be to move forward with a study with the caveat that we might, or that we would ask staff to consider possible alternatives to Maxfield, but select the one that you feel is most appropriate, and also work with Mr. Stuckey right now to try to provide the information that he needs without having to go through, or that we can provide on our own. And at the same time, we want to limit exclusivity as it comes out. I think those are the three things. Does that make sense? It was really hard to
sort
say.
of. Mr. Mayor,
Really hard to say.
Mr. Mayor, what if we got direction that the staff would provide him with all the information we have, whatever he asks, and if that's not enough for him to move forward, that we would then come back to you with proposal to do a study to do what he needs?
I would be comfortable with that, and I would also suggest that whatever updated information that we develop collaboratively, we make available, obviously, to anybody who would want to see that.
Sure.
I'm fine with that.
All right.
So is there no
can we-
motion and just
Do we have a
direction?
motion on how to proceed here?
Well,
we need a
no
motion
action
for
is
that?
We
one
need
of
to do the study.
I guess I do want to know.
Whatever he said.
Do a motion. Yeah, do a motion directing staff to provide all the information that he wants, and if that's not enough information, come back with a proposal for a study.
I move we direct staff to work with Mr. Stuckey and provide the information that he desires to enhance or update the current study, and if required, allow staff to go forward with a formal update as indicated in the packet.
I would second that.
Any further discussion?
How long will it take your staff to get together with Mr. Stuckey? And do you have a guess? Do you know what amount of work that requires?
No, but it depends on what he's asking, but we'll make it a priority.
I mean, what I'm thinking is
We'll be on the
come
next.
back here in 2 weeks.
We'll be in here in 2 weeks.
Okay, thank you.
So do we have a second?
Yes.
All right, no further discussion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes unanimously. I want to remind everyone that DJR is coming back in here in 2 weeks. And so we're very interested in pursuing that opportunity as well.
Very much so.
Very much. Next item on the agenda is we're going into unfinished business, and the first item is the composting alternatives with Ann.
Yep, Council, and this is merely for a discussion, not seeking any specific direction, maybe a little bit as we move forward. At the last council meeting, there was a decision to close the existing compost site at the old Public Works building. And then there was some additional discussion about possibly holding events, so 1 day, 2 day, X number of items for residents within the community to dump compost. So what I tried to do was come up with some different ideas and get a rough ballpark on costs for you guys to take a look at. And, if something is appealing to you, to direct staff to move forward with trying to work on and or arrange for some type of composting event. One of the challenges, I know that the recreation center and also the new Public Works building was kind of thrown out as ideas for locations. So I've put together kind of a list of considerations as we look at each site and walk through each site. At the recreation center, especially in the fall, the hockey season is just beginning and the soccer season is just ending. So trying to pick a date in the fall to have a 1 day or 2 day event is always challenging because we never know exactly when the leaves are going to be falling off trees. This year, they actually fell off and then it snowed and froze the next day, which made it challenging for everybody to deal with compost. But so having that event and timing it accurately at any location is a challenge for a 1 day or 2 day event. But at the recreation center, we have different activities and different venues occurring at the same time, which could potentially have an impact on location, traffic flow, the amount of people that we can get it in and out of the site. Also, one of the concerns that I know that the Park and Rec Committee or members of the Park and Rec Committee have asked about already is the proximity to homes in the area. So I think we would want to do a campaign or try to get public input as to the location there. At the new Public Works facility, one of the things we have challenges, if you could pull up the new Public Works site. Thank you. We have one entrance into the facility, and our exit really out is through the garage, our existing garage. So to try to provide access to residents in and out of the site could pose some challenges to us, as well as there's limited stacking along the entryway and also limited stacking along Bavaria Road. So this site, we'd have to do a lot of work in order to make an event work, at least for a short term. And so that was one of the issues that I wanted to talk about with the Public Works site. Residents is maybe not as large a concern. We do have people across the street from us that ideally we'd like to have some conversations with prior to an event moving forward if we were going to consider that site. So I've also put together some really rough costs on disposal and staff time. Looking at a 1 day event, we'd probably be in the ballpark of $12,000 to $15,000. That includes containers, the Public Works staff time, disposal of compost. If we talk about a larger scale event, you're looking at a 12,000 to 15 per event, which is a 1 day, 2 day max. And if you start extending it further, like so a week, you'd probably be looking in the $25,000 to $30,000 range, because we'd have to dump the compost on a couple different days, and that would end up driving your costs up. So, just kind of seeking some ideas and thoughts from the council as to what you would like us to do. Spring, believe it or not, will be here before long, and it does take some time to plan these events. So any direction would be helpful. And I could certainly answer any questions if you have any.
So thank you for putting this together. Given that we've decided to close the existing site, my question would be, why would we go forward and continue to do that? We kind of made our decision. No, we've made our decision. But I do agree with the contingency planning of, in the case of a large storm or something like that,
correct.
being able to provide. I think you listed in your study is, where is that?
Yeah, it's at the end.
Yep. We have a debris or emergency plan that provides debris management policy to go forward with that.
Yep.
So I'm not sure why we would go forward with doing something once or twice a year, given that we've decided not to do that.
Do we have any compost dollars in the budget for 2019?
We do. Kelly and I talked today. We have about 12,000, I think, for composting dollars. And the city does also have compost requirements or needs, and that includes boulevard trees, park trees. I think that would also include storm damage if there was any. We would allow residents to bring that type of debris to the public works site, and those dollars, I think, would contribute to that. So
what we've been running for the last, as long as I know, roughly 30 days at the old public works site. What's the financials on that? What's the cost of that?
We have done a spring and a fall. Obviously, the fall is the larger dollar amount, just with the leaves that we have. We have been running at about $25,000 per year for staffing, disposal costs.
So I guess, and I wasn't able to attend the meeting where the decision to shut down the current site, but that's kind of irrelevant. I think about the old public works site and accessibility across the trail. It crosses the pedestrian trail. There's no traffic flow in and out. It's an impossible site, but it's been working. So I look at the new public works site and the spaciousness of that. I think, the idea of doing it at the rec center, potentially, damage to the parking lot or whatever other areas that would have some significant expense to repair, in addition to the inconvenience to the intended use for that facility, makes that unattractive from my perspective. But the public works site that we have now, and again, I don't begin to think that it would be zero impact, but I would think that with the equipment that the city has, we could do some limited grading, and it would have a better traffic flow than what we've got today.
Correct. And one of the things one of the reasons that we initially had started discussing closing the site was the increase in amount of compost that we were getting, not only from residents but also illegal dumping that was occurring because we had no security at the site. And once our public works operation moved out of that site, moving in and out of the site was not necessarily an issue, where at the new public works site you would have that. You would have the public works operations. If you went to a monthly event and kept it the way that we had it before, the potential exists for operation conflicts with the public. On a weekend event, it's probably not as big of an issue. but there is the potential for emergency operations that could pose a conflict.
Okay. And in the event of thinking about, again, contrasting the two sites and securing them to prevent the illegal dumping, because I think that's a risk no matter what.
Yep.
I think the old site has some concrete barriers that have been placed, and there's a gate.
Yep.
But I don't know if it ever gets closed, but I think if we stopped using that site, it could then be closed and locked because it has a lot less use now with the equipment being over off Bavaria Road. And do we have a gate or any traffic control at the entrance to the Bavaria Road site?
No, we do not.
So would you advocate, as if we were to try to do something and use that site in order to control the days and the hours that was used?
Yep.
Would you advocate putting in an entrance gate?
Yes, at the last meeting, I think that within the staff memo, I had estimated that improvements to any site would roughly be $25,000 with gates, fencing, et cetera, in order to secure the site. Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
So roughly that cost.
All right.
So is that 25,000 anywhere in the capital budget?
No.
No. Is the new public works facility a solution there would be temporary in the sense that what year do you expect, and this would be a rough estimate, that we have to expand the building?
I believe that Kelly has it in the budget in year 5 of the CIP, is it? Or is it out further than that?
It seems to me it's either 2023 or 2025.
Okay, so let's just say 2024. So in 5 years, that story is over because you're going to expand the building, and then you're going to have to move your salt shed to the east, and all your operations, and that'll scuttle this operation. So this is a short-term solution if we were to.
Looking at the map here, right? So that area in between the road that wraps around on the east side, that it looks like it's mowed grass right now. That's where the second half of the building goes.
Correct.
And so, yeah, the salt shed has to move, but there's a lot of area behind that berm that's completely unused at this point. I don't know. I'm not declaring the answer,
Yep.
but I'm saying I don't think we can declare it.
Yep.
And I think there is, if we want to do this, it seems to me like there's room here to do it.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. And there is a cost to it that will have to be borne. Access to that back area right now it goes just basically straight uphill. And that's where we're actually dumping snow right now. But as you come north out through the public works site, and you can kind of see that it's a road, sort of. It's dirt, gravel that we access the back through with our dump trucks. Yeah. So that would require some additional work with road preparation, whether that's gravel. It'd have to be some sort of gravel in order to safely access for residents, for sure.
But you're recommending a 30-day operation, not a permanent or not an ongoing.
I'm following up on discussion that was held at last meeting.
Yes.
After the decision was made to close the existing site and basically end composting in 2019. And then there was some additional discussion, and I'm just following up on that.
I mean, we did have the sentiment, we did have the sentiment that we should end composting. So.
Mr. Mayor and staff is not recommending we do 30 days of composting.
No.
The idea of the county's closing their thing, we would get a lot more than we get now. Your city's going to get a lot bigger. It may be a service you don't need to provide unless you do it on a 1 or 2 day basis, just as some help for people.
And I know that there was a question about the storm, and yes, we would certainly provide that service, especially if it was a significant storm. And likely we would just open the old Public Works building up for that because it does work. So, and a larger scale event, we do have our emergency management plan that we would follow for storm management.
Yeah, and my thoughts of closing the old public works sites, it just was inadequate and needed a lot of money, and that's something that I don't think would have been a good investment. And I think looking at just a temporary, either 2-day or 1 week situation would be kind of a transition, so to speak, for the residents from having a site available for 30 days. And now we have this temporary site for 2 days or a week. It's kind of a transition to try to explore other options. I know some neighborhoods get their compost picked up on a regular basis, and more of those services are available. And I see this as a temporary solution to closing a site that was inadequate and just needed to be closed. And then as this is a transition into probably getting away from it altogether, but just to soften the blow a little bit.
Well, and I suspect that, I mean, it's always hard to take service away, and continuing to program just prolongs that inevitable, and when then do you stop it? People get used to the 2-day event as well, so.
Sure.
Well, and I wouldn't be in favor at all of making the $25,000 or $30,000 investment in the new public works site if it was just a
temporary
transitional program to make people more comfortable with not having it gently.
So I look at it, we either decided to close it or we didn't.
We decided to close it.
Okay, then thank you for bringing the information back. We closed it, from my perspective.
Any further discussion? I guess not. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Next item is on the unfinished business is budget cuts, and that's Kelly.
Correct. So at the council meeting back on October 8th, the council had discussed whether or not to freeze the 2019 general fund budget at the 2018 level. And then also during that meeting was discussed, was it possible to make some specific reductions? So council requested that staff take a look at the budget, see if there were any reductions that could be made, and then also bring that to the finance committee. So the finance committee met on October 17th and reviewed a list of potential reductions. During the meeting, they came up with 2 that they thought were feasible. One was to eliminate the LED highway warning signs for the fire station. This would be an alert on the highway to motorists that there could be fire trucks approaching. And then the second one was to eliminate $6,000 for the city's participation in a quarterly Victoria Business Association guide. Since that time, staff has talked a little bit about that $6,000 reduction for the city news and the VBA guide. And our new communications HR manager has worked with the VBA to get that cost reduced to $4,000 for the year. And her thought is that the information that's presented in that guide is different from what's presented in the city's quarterly newsletter. So she would like to keep that if possible and then redirect the additional $2,000 for other communication efforts. So her thought was, we've hired a communications manager. She should have a budget to work with to do that. So also at the same time, the city has gotten some reduced prices for a couple of areas. The contract for police services with the county came in about $15,000 less than we had planned in our budget. And then also due to the new videographer contracts we have, we're going to save about $5,000. So there was $20,000 in savings that came from those areas. So what I've done is I've created a comparison of the 2 budgets to show the differences. This isn't the one I want. So overall, the levy reduction in the revised budget is $30,000, and this does not include any potential cuts that were listed in the staff report. So there's a reduction in the levy, and then we also had a $7,000 increase in police aid. So the net reduction in revenues is about $23,000. On the expenditure side, you can kind of see the different changes that have been made. We did get our employee insurance amount for health insurance, and that did come in a little bit higher than we thought. So there are some increases due to employee insurance. The police sheriff contract is listed there. We also have a reduction in the fire department. That's based on the average number of hours we've had for calls over the last few years. So we reduced the budget a little bit to account for that difference. So overall, we're showing a reduction of about $17,600 from what was previously presented. So,
This is without making any other cuts. This is just actual numbers rolling in.
Correct.
And how does this compare to 2018? If you wanted to go flat in real dollars, what's that number in the revenue? Or the expense, pick one. But
so this budget here shows the 2015 through 2017 actual numbers, the 2018 budget, and the 2019 budget. So if we look at total expenditures before transfers, the adopted budget had $4,155,743. This proposed budget would be $4,366,407. So that would represent a $210,000 increase, or about 5.1%.
How much of that 5.1, or that 210,000 is salaries? Salaries and benefits.
I would guess it's probably 50 to 60,000.
isn't it, I was thinking it was quite a bit more than that. We had a new public works person, that was 46 alone. We had a new sheriff. I guess maybe that's not under personnel.
Yeah, the sheriff would not be included in there. The new employee would. So if you took into account existing employees, it's probably in that $50,000 to $60,000 range, and then the new public works employee would add about $45,000.
So right around 100 out of the 210.
That would be a guess.
Round numbers.
Yep.
And what is that as a percentage of the base? What percent increase is that?
So are you wondering about the total?
If you take the total, back out the increase in salaries and benefits that have been scrutinized, the remaining dollars, which is
110,000.
Is what percent of the total the 2018 expenditures?
It'd probably be about 2.5.
Yeah, 2.5.
Yeah, so it's a couple percent.
Mm-hmm.
That's pretty disciplined.
If the council did want to make the recommendation to eliminate the highway warning sign for $10,000, that would reduce the levy by another $10,000, and that would result in about a $2 decrease in taxes for the median valued homeowner.
$2. Why are we so quick to get rid of those signs? They were put in the budget for a reason, weren't they?
From what I understand from Andrew, it's something they would like to have, but it's not something they see as an urgent need right now, but they do think it would be a good idea to get those in.
So that they come back at us next year.
It'd be a deferment.
Yes.
It's just, you're just deferring something that they originally thought was a good idea.
But we're talking about $20,000, $30,000, $40,000 between the reductions and the real numbers versus a $210,000 increase. I mean, relative to the idea $0, right? Baseline $0 increase in the total budget year to year. This touches maybe 15 to 20% of that tops, right?
That sounds right.
I mean, it's 30, 40 grand out of 210.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, we've got 1 month. When is our final meeting on the budget? Is that November 26th, or is it the first meeting in December?
First meeting in December.
So it'd be December 10th is when we would have the next meeting. What we're planning to do is have a budget workshop prior to the council meeting and then adopt a final budget during that meeting.
So there's only 3 weeks left for some of these numbers that you had estimated to change, if they're going to.
Yeah, at this point, I don't
Unlikely.
expect much change to come. The big thing we were waiting on was our health insurance, and we have that now.
Yeah, I look at the options to cut here. I'm really not in favor of cutting any of those. And I like what you presented from the standpoint of just looking down at the bottom of page 1 and on page 2 of just the things that you've tallied up here that result in savings as new information is coming in. And I guess that at this point, I'd be inclined to go forward with that.
I mostly agree with you. I guess I still, and I like the idea of taking any savings we found and turning that back into, directly back into tax levy rate reduction, whatever that turns out to be. But I also, I guess, if there is such a thing as an ROI on a government expense, I'd like to know what the value is of that fuel card reader. I mean, we've done without it. I don't know what kind of operational inefficiencies that causes, but for me, and this is probably just my request for the budget workshop, is what does each of these items mean in terms of either risk or, what won't get done, that kind of thing. If you don't hire another public works employee, what will we not do? If we don't, replace park and rec program equipment, who's not going to get what? Those are the things that I think we should see along with each of these numbers.
Sounds reasonable. So is the consensus I'm hearing that we should just proceed accordingly to the budget workshop in 3 weeks and make final decisions there? And
seems reasonable.
Leave everything as it is at this point.
Okay. We'll provide some further information on the potential cuts and what that would mean for service levels and other items.
Okay.
And thanks to you and all the department heads for the brainstorming and giving us some options to work with.
Welcome.
Thank you. Next item on the agenda is the Lake Wasserman Park. That's Kelly.
Yes, it's going to be a joint effort tonight between Anna Brown with the Minnehaha Creek Watershed District. And then I did some work on this, and then Ann also had some input into it. So we're going to start out with Anna giving some background on the project.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, council members. So as Kelly said, I'm going to start with a little bit of project context, sort of put it in the broader context of the work that we're doing, the 6 Mile Creek Halstead Basin Watershed. Talk about some of the project milestones to date, and then I'll turn it over to Kelly to talk about sort of the specifics of the finance procedures. So we are here tonight to discuss the project financing for Wasserman Lakefront Park. This project came about as a shared priority between the city and the district to improve water quality on Lake Wasserman, to enhance public access and experience of the site, and also to sort of create a flagstone project within the broader partnership between the city and the district and the 6 Mile Creek Halstead Basin Watershed. This opportunity is not just a discrete project, but really is part of that broader work in the subwatershed. As the council is aware, the 6 Mile Creek Halsted Bay subwatershed is a priority focal geography for the Minnehaha Creek Watershed District, which essentially means that it's been selected as a priority for us at the Watershed District to focus our staff and capital resources over the next 10 to 15 years to make really measurable progress towards our water quality goals out here. A foundational piece of this approach is that it's grounded in strong partnerships with local agencies and communities. So we want to work to make sure that our projects are reflecting local context and land use decisions and plans. This type of partnership also means positioning ourselves with other agencies to sort of mutually leverage our authorities and our resources to create this broader vision of both clean water but also sustainable growth in our 27 square mile geography out here. Lake Wasserman is an established priority within the 6 Mile Creek Halsted Bay subwatershed. Some of the project activities that the district currently has planned to improve water quality within this lake include the removal of carp and construction of barriers with assistance from a Lessard Sams grant that we've received, and then also alum treatment within Wasserman Lake, as well as in some of the contributing ponds, including the one on the Wasserman West property. A lot of these improvements are largely invisible, and so the shared opportunity on Lake Wasserman for this lakefront park both meets the city goal of developing a waterfront park in this area, as well as enhances the public visibility and experience of folks being able to come out and experience the improving water quality on the lake. And in that sense, really is an example of this partnership between the city and the district. We've also talked about this project as a catalyst for the broader vision in 6 Mile to create sort of connected water resources in a city that already really values its lake and park resources. That vision includes programmed nodes like Wasserman West on other water bodies, both within the city and the city that the area that the city is growing into. And includes connecting those nodes, those investments, with a system of greenways that can be used for recreation, for habitat connectivity, and also will connect people to other areas of the city, as well as into Carver Park. So in addition to this work on Wasserman West, we've been working with city staff as well as the Comprehensive Plan Steering Committee to develop a concept plan that reflects that Greenway vision that can be incorporated into your comp plan. And we're looking forward to carrying that vision forward after the comp plan is adopted into on-the-ground improvements in the growth area. But with this opportunity in front of us, I think we really have an opportunity to sort of plant a flag in this broader work that we're doing and provide a great example of the partnership and create some momentum around this broader vision of creating greenways and public space around the water quality improvements. So I'm going to recap some of the sort of project context and milestones now before turning it over to Kelly. As the council is aware, the district purchased the land for the Wasserman West site in May of 2017. And before closing on the land, the city and district entered into a cooperative agreement where the two agencies would work to collaboratively develop a park design. The cooperative agreement also established a framework where the city would purchase the land from a district through an adopted payment schedule, and in transferring the land, the district would retain easement over some of the natural resource areas. And also within this cooperative agreement, the city would pay for the park and recreation improvements, and the district would pay for the natural resource improvements. So at the end of 2017, a scope of services was approved for the concept design, and the city and district staff moved into the design process. From about January to maybe April of 2018, the city and district were working together to revise and develop a shared vision within a concept plan for the Wasserman Lakefront Park. And the design process that we engaged in included 2 public open houses and many meetings with the Park and Recreation Committee. Sort of culminating that design process, we brought a final concept plan to the Park and Recreation Committee in June of this year. And at that time, the Park and Recreation Committee directed staff to evaluate options for how we would finance the park. On August 13th of 2018, staff presented the financing options in a joint committee of the Park and Recreation Committee, the Planning Commission, as well as City Council. Leading into that meeting, staff had evaluated the use, city staff had evaluated the use of general obligation bonds, and the district presented the opportunity to use the district's financing arrangement with Carver County, which essentially leverages the county's bonding authority to finance projects that are part of this 6 Mile Creek Halsted Bay subwatershed plan. At that meeting, council expressed support for the project, as well as a desire to build it all at once rather than phasing it out over a number of years, but also called for a special meeting to discuss the financing options more completely. So coming out of that meeting that following Friday, the district staff and our board manager, Manager Olson for this area, Carver County Commissioner Workman, Councilman Vogt, Mayor Funk, and Councilman Gregory, as well as city staff, met to discuss these financing options more completely. In preparation for that meeting, both agencies had produced sample payment obligations based on the estimated park costs, and found that in large part the payment schedules, the costs of financing through either option would be comparable. So whether the city used general obligation bonds or whether the Carver County financing arrangement was used. At that meeting, we also discussed sort of the statutory basis of the finance arrangement with Carver County, between the district and Carver County, and sort of how we're set up to utilize Carver County bond issuance. A major component of that is that it's not typical for a watershed district to build things like trails, shelters, these sort of more traditional park and recreation elements. So in order to go this route, the park would have to be designed not just to have sort of the recreational elements of a typical city park, but would also have to have complementary programming, signage, and design that would sort of serve a broader watershed purpose, that would sort of define this park in the context of the rest of our work in the 6 Mile Creek Halsted Bay subwatershed. I think this is a big opportunity for the site to be truly unique in the city of Victoria. It's not only sort of a more nature-based park, but it will also have some unique signage and programming elements, as well as some educational features. And incorporating that need to kind of tell the 6 Mile story can largely be accomplished through the project design, so we don't have to necessarily define that program at the outset, but want to make sure that council is clear and understands that need should we go towards the Carver County Finance Agreement. Some of the outcomes of that August 17th meeting, that special meeting, where we heard a desire to build the entire project in the short term rather than spreading it out over a number of years. There was an express preference to roll the cost of the land into the financing, therefore reducing the city's short-term obligation to meet those land acquisition payments. And then there was also a request for staff to further evaluate the procedures and associated costs and return to council to seek a recommendation for our financing approach. So that's sort of where we are today. I think we've heard some level of support and consensus around certain ideas with the financing, including support for the project and this broader work and context of the 6 Mile Creek Halsted Bay subwatershed, that desire to build it all at once, a preference to finance over a 20-year term, as well as to roll in the land costs into the total project financing. And then we've also heard interest in the use of the Carver County Finance Vehicle and sort of support for this idea of programming the park as a broader watershed asset and folding it into future shared investments in the future. So with direction from council, we'd like to sort of advance the work to the next stage. Once we have an understanding of how council would like to go with the financing piece, we would be bringing back kind of the next stage of design, which would entail a new cooperative agreement that would sort of memorialize our desired financing approach, as well as an updated project schedule and design scope. So I think with that, I will turn it over to Kelly.
Okay, Anna has covered a lot of it, so I'll just kind of touch on some of the highlights and some of maybe the reasoning why for certain things. As we've thought about how to finance this, how we could finance it, we have limited park funds. So as we were weighing, could we fund some of this out of park dedication or park improvement fees? What we found is that we were either eliminating projects or pushing a lot of projects back. So with that, the thought came that if it's possible to roll the cost of the land in, that would be good, because that would preserve the ability to complete the parks and projects that we already have listed in our CIP. So that was the main factor driving that. Some of the other things is the concept plan. There's 3 phases, and there's a total with those 3 phases of about $2,050,000. That includes about a 20% contingency, I believe. So there's a degree of uncertainty with the project that we don't know yet, which we won't know until we actually do bidding. And then the other thing that we don't have full costs on yet are the design costs and construction oversight costs. So kind of factoring in the desire to get this park done, all 3 phases at once, and then roll the land costs in. We have a kind of a range for how much the bonds could be right now. It'd be in the $3.1 to $3.3 million range if you factor in land acquisition, the design costs, the construction oversight, and the actual construction costs. So with that, we also looked at how could we finance it, and the 2 options were to have the city do the bonds. And in talking with our municipal advisor and bond counsel, tax abatement bonds would be the most likely scenario. The tax abatement bonds are what we used when we refinanced the rec center bonds and also did the undergrounding project. So we've done this before, and it worked quite well. The other option would be to use the Carver County Bonding Authority with the watershed district, and that would be a 20-year note. In terms of how it would impact our overall debt levels or debt payments, our standing with bond rating agencies, it would essentially be a long-term debt in either case. So there'd be no change in how they would look at that or view that. As Anna had mentioned, both options would result in a similar debt payment and a similar structure for those payments. The note might have a slightly lower cost due to lower issuance costs if it was wrapped up with another larger bond, but the interest rate should be the same. So what else did I want to touch on? The other benefit that staff sees from using the Carver County Authority is that we would be able to issue the debt for the amount we need and not anything more than that, because there would be I believe it's a 3-year short-term financing bridge. So with that, we would be able to wait to issue that final note amount, and we'd know exactly how much we need. So we wouldn't, oftentimes with our street projects, we have to budget in advance and bond in advance, and we end up with a little more than what we need. With that short-term vehicle, we would eliminate the potential to have any extra principal and pay that interest on that. So with that, I think staff and the district are looking for what direction council would like to go with this, and if we're comfortable moving forward.
Do you have a comment? A few to start up.
Yeah.
Start this discussion.
So I know if you go back up, you list the group of people that were tasked or that decided to pursue this. Commissioner Workman is one of them. We are represented by both Commissioner Workman and Commissioner Malushnik.
I'm kind of curious what Commissioner Milushnik thinks about this. So that's number one. Number two, and I don't know why this has escaped me, but I thought, I guess the question is, why haven't we closed on the land already? I thought we had. Because that was the last direction I think that I can recall that we provided was go ahead and do it. And I think I remember one of us offering that we'll find the $850,000 and go do it. And then the third item, I'm a little hesitant to make a policy decision on this, given our two soon-to-be new council members in the room, and they probably should have a say in this too. And that means we either gain their opinion and have them provide that opinion as a part of our decision process, or we delay the decision process until January when they are council members. And then item 4, this seems to be taking on a much larger scope than originally envisioned when we said we'd go forward with the land. I'm not opposed to that. I want to be conservative and not go out and spend a whole bunch of money, but to the extent, to the extent that this comes across to me as a major park initiative, then let's make it a major park initiative. And if we're going to go bond to go get park stuff in order, what about the multi-million dollars of trails that we're missing? And if we're going to go bond for this, why don't we add the trails into this too and get it all done at once? Or not necessarily all of it, but look at it as a park initiative, as opposed to just a single project.
This thing isn't as big as it seems if you look at what it boils down to. If we did the Carver County financing route, would be a $3 million note, just roughly, over 20 years, and the debt servicing on that note is what, about $200,000 a year?
It's a little higher than that, but it's close to that.
Yeah, it's 210. And of that 210, we could probably find ways to finance part of that through the franchise fees and other things. So I mean, we're talking about 20, maybe getting this down to $25 per household annual additional tax. I mean, there's a way to get it down to that. So this thing to me looks like it's doable, and the fact that we can get the county to organize this and then hand us a bill that we'd have $210,000 a year for 20 years seems pretty good. We've gone from trying to figure out where we're going to get the money for the land and how we could do this in 1 or 2 years versus 3 or 4 to having a solution. I guess my perspective is I'm pretty positive about this project. In terms of the trail connections, we have started to take an aggressive approach on budgeting for parks, and we've added, how much did we add this year to the parks budget? 150,000?
Yeah, we started at 100,000 last year.
100,000 last year. We added 150 this year. We're going to add 200 next year. So we're going to have a parks trail fund in 4 or 5 years that will buy us a lot of connections. Am I taking words out of your mouth, or am I off?
That's, it was designated for parks and trails, so whether or not the council would want to use it for parks or trails, that would be a council prerogative.
Mr. Mayor, I think what the proposal that is being put out here is that you could finance the total, which is $3 million some number of dollars, through using the money that was in the franchise fee without levying taxes on any house. And this would delay some of the undergrounding of things, but we still think you would be able to underground adequately what you need to underground in the near future. There would be no additional tax on house. It doesn't talk about trails, but.
I would prefer if we didn't read the park and franchise fund of everything, because there are needs that are gonna come up, and not take all of this from park and franchise revenue, but maybe a good portion of it, and leave some park and franchise revenue available
For trails.
for whatever comes up. I'm a firm believer that there's things are gonna happen that you can't predict, and to be prudent.
Mr. Mayor, the franchise fee is totally separate from anything
I understand.
parks. Okay,
I understand.
you're just saying it
Yeah.
differently, but.
I guess
And we're not talking about, in this proposal, taking any money out of the park,
No, we're
because we don't think we have enough there.
Right.
But you could take it out of the franchise fee, fund this whole thing, do it in one swell swoop, and you're not charging the houses. And we don't think you're rating that to the extent that you can't do what you intended to do in the undergrounding.
Okay, if you could assuage me of that, then that's good logic.
Okay, that's the
Kelly,
way it is.
It's my understanding that we could go year to year, if we could, say, find the funds, either through franchise fees or other avenues, we could go year to year and never have to actually issue the abatement bonds. That was my understanding. And we could look at the budget from an annual basis. Can we find this 200,000 or whatever within the budget without having to issue these bonds, and keep doing that? And I thought that was an option that we were looking at, and we don't even know if that 200,000 is the number, or 210, or whatever it is. Once we make this leap, then we can start looking for possibly some grants. And I don't have any preconceived notions that we're going to get a lot of grants, but the 205 or whatever, that was worst case scenario, my understanding, and hopefully that we can lower that. And I think this is a much broader project than just Wasserman itself. I heard things about, we're talking about nodes, programming nodes and connecting those nodes, and I know that the Watershed District has asked the county to bond up to $25 million. So we want to show that we're serious about cleaning up our water. We want to show that we're willing to partner up with the Watershed District, and I think this is the first major leap into making that goal, having a shared goal. And hopefully, I think this is going to be the beginning of a long-term 10 to 15-year partnership where we're going to see a lot of benefit.
I think I'm getting the impression that the reason that we heard about the financing through the county and the Watershed District is you guys don't want us to drop back on this thing. This is a big deal for the whole area. So if we're just up to me personally, I'm not dropping back. I think we keep moving on this, and you've made it easier. A couple $100,000 or less, depending on some other things happening, and we could play it year by year and use franchise fees. And if we had to, then we could go out with a general obligation abatement bond.
But how can we go year to year? Because doing this assumes there's money up front to do the whole construction. And
County has, whoever is pulling the notes.
Borrowing from somebody.
We have to state that we are willing to issue the abatement bonds, but we don't actually have to issue them.
Okay, we will have to issue bonds. So we're either going to issue, either the city's going to issue tax abatement bonds under its own authority, or Carver County is going to issue bonds under their authority. So there's going to be bonds issued in either case. And then there's going to be debt service on those bonds. So
the debt service could potentially come out of.
That's what we're talking about.
So that's-
Sorry for the confusion.
So with the
bonds,
the debt service is coming out of the franchise fees. The county is taking care of the bonds.
Yes, so either the county does the bonds or we do the bonds, and then there's gonna be a debt service that we are gonna be ultimately responsible for. And it's how we pay for that.
Yes.
So one option is to use franchise fee revenue. That would not affect the property tax levy, and we would not have to issue an abatement levy in any particular year that we're using franchise fees. The other option would be to say we're going to issue these bonds, we're going to do an abatement levy for them. A mix in between of that is to use a combination of an abatement levy and a franchise fee to repay the
That's what I was
bonds.
suggesting, so we don't completely raid the franchise fees, but what I'm hearing is that that's probably not a problem with cash flow. The franchise fees would generate this 200,000 and still start building a fund.
That's correct.
In addition.
The franchise fee is doing very well, and we're able to do what we think we need to do, mainly in the downtown area, and still take this money out of there. Kelly, is that correct?
Sorry.
Yeah, so I've got a cash flow here showing what we have projected for franchise fee revenue in 2019 through 2039, what we expect to earn in interest, and what we've already committed for debt service on the undergrounding project. So you can see, like, for example, in the year 2022, we have $178,000 available for other use. And then we're also going to have some fund balance in there. So if you factor in fund balance plus what's available for other use, we still would have $300,000 in that account at the end of 2022. And then you can see going through the different years that when the bonds for the undergrounding project go off in 2031, then we start to rapidly accumulate a balance for more undergrounding projects. But there is some money available for undergrounding.
So, I think this is a very cool project. When I was many moons ago the liaison to Park and Rec, I asked the Park and Rec to contemplate this idea of a big regional park. Now, at the time, the thought was Lake Town annexation, accumulate something down there. So it took a different form, but fundamentally, the idea is the same. So I like the idea. And I think we were all very enthusiastic and encouraged. I mean, we started seeing the numbers, and I think we got a little nervous because we hadn't budgeted for it. It came up very quickly, and I understand the reasons for that. And we were all struggling to figure out, well, how are we going to pay for this thing, right? Where's it going to come from? What are we not going to do? Or what are we going to, tax increase, whatever. And then I think we all got very enthusiastic and encouraged when the mayor announced at the August, I think it was 13th meeting, that he had done some research and he found other funding sources, grants, or, basically somebody else to pay for this thing or a big chunk of it. So I'm interested to find out what that is and what portion of that 2.9 or 3.1 or 3.3 million he was able to secure through these other sources. How did that turn out?
Well, first of all, I don't use the word grants. We've been burned on that once before. The grants are never going to pay for this no matter what.
I'm just going on what was reported, and I want to, did something show up, or was that a misunderstanding?
You want to respond to that?
Sure. Mayor Pro Tem, council members, James Whisker, Executive Director for the Minnehaha Creek Watershed District. I think you guys have kind of picked up most of the parts and pieces of the story along the way tonight, but maybe just to rewind and start real simple at the beginning. A couple years ago, we came to town, really invested in repairing the relationship with the city of Victoria and bringing together the county, Three Rivers, Minnetrista, St. Bonnie, Lake Town Township, and we engaged in about a year-long planning process to figure out how do we align land use plans, natural resource plans, and our investments so that natural systems could really underpin sense of community and place out here. And as the city is growing, that you were able to do that sustainably, improving water quality, creating natural areas that weave and connect the community together. So we developed a big plan that y'all endorsed. On the heels of that plan, we had a emerging opportunity on the west side of Wasserman Lake where there were several parcels up for sale and they were going to be slated for single-family homes. We came in front of council and said, through a couple different work sessions, would the city council be interested in partnering with the watershed district to acquire this property to fulfill your vision and your last comp plan for a waterfront park? And the city said, yes, figure out how to make it happen. And we entered into a process where the watershed district, on behalf of the city, negotiated the acquisition of that property, fronted the cash for the property, and closed on the property, and agreed to hold the property and develop a plan in partnership with the city to design and construct a park. And that agreement is really what we've been operating under. So taking some questions out of order here, I heard Councilmember Crowley asking, maybe this is larger than originally envisioned. I don't know that that's the case, but it's been a long time since we acquired the property.
So let me clarify that. So larger than originally envisioned, it wasn't envisioned up front that we would go spend $3 million at one time and build it all out at once.
I see. So, fair point. I think at the beginning, before we closed on the property, one of the watershed district's commitments that it fulfilled to the city was we would acquire the property, but before we acquired it, we went through a process of coming up with some concept plans for ultimate use of that land. So we had a pretty good working idea of, pavilion footprints, trails, natural resource improvements, and some cost to that. There was no commitment on how quickly we'd implement that work. That would come through later planning because we were involved in a real estate transaction. So under that cooperative agreement, we acquired the property. There's a payment schedule in there, repayment schedule over a 5-year term, whereby the city would repay the district, and over the life cycle of that note, if you want to call it that, fee title would transition from the district to the city. So that's another reason the city hasn't closed on it yet, is you haven't paid us for the land. And so there's a process to go through. There's a process to go through that 5-year term. And as we were
I want to go back and ask you a question about
Sure.
that because, and I apologize, I'm not trying to interrupt. I'm trying to understand.
Yep.
Because my recollection is that we agreed to go forward with the $850,000. Yes, we'll find a way to do it.
Yeah.
And my question that hasn't been answered is why didn't that occur? What it sounds like is we came back with a plan and now we're coming back that, okay, we should spend $3 million instead of $850. Let's do it all at once. And I'm trying to figure out where it changed.
Yeah.
I'm in favor of the project,
Yep.
but now you're asking me to spend 3 times as much, and I'm trying to figure out 4 times. Where did that change?
Yeah, I don't think it did, and I'm not trying to be argumentative. I think what happened is the city council executed a purchase agreement with the watershed district to pay us $850,000, but you couldn't do it all at once. So
Can we just interrupt? Kelly, can you intervene? Because there's a reason we didn't go forward with the $800,000.
Well, yeah, I was going to get
financial.
Yeah, part of it was we did sign an original, I think it's called a cooperative agreement, but it talked about coming to an agreement on kind of the design and implementation for building out the park. So we never got to the point of finishing that. So that's why we've never closed on the land or taken that step to.
I'm with Councilmember Crowley on this. The two were separate. There was the land acquisition and then there was the build out. The two were not linked. The agreements we had were buy the land. We borrowed, I think, $400,000 up front from some other fund, moved that money around, and then we were supposed to pay back the other $400 or $450 over 5 years, right?
That's what we had planned to do, but we just have paid an earnest payment on it.
But why? And so that's my question. We as a council had a motion, we made an agreement, we directed that was the way we were going to move. And not only did that not happen, but something else has now seemed like it happened that I don't recall ever signing on for. Before we go any further, I had some other points that I wanted to make, and maybe you want to just hold the rest of your comments. But again, the project itself, great, okay? And we had a plan, and I think that was good. And it's the deviations that are creating some consternation at this point. So just to clarify, these other funding sources that the mayor had talked about don't exist. That's correct. We're paying for it. The city of Victoria, all the residents are paying 100% of the purchase price, the build-outs, and the debt service on all of that. Is that correct? Wherever we get it from, there's no grants, there's no county watershed district, nobody else is putting money into that pot, correct?
We don't know what the grants are gonna be yet. We had a very hearty discussion on the grants and what they could possibly be, and
And they could be zero.
they could be zero,
okay.
but we won't know
I don't
that
wanna
amount
speculate. I just
until
wanna
we
know
finish
what we know.
design.
They're probably not gonna be material.
Okay.
They're gonna vary.
So, and again, I'm not trying to attack anyone, I just wanna I wanna know what we know and what we don't know. So, then the other question is, why all at once, the build-out? I mean, when I look at the facilities, the amenities in the park, a bunch of it, especially the lakeshore stuff, are features that, I mean, that part of the lakeshore is just downright ugly at this point. I don't think it's gonna be something that anybody would wanna use for a good 5 years till some of these alum treatments and some of the water quality activities actually have a chance to show some efforts. And that's a conversation, I mean, that's a point that I've asked a number of times, and I didn't really hear any disagreement with that over the last few months, that, yeah, those are great ideas, but they're down the road a ways. So I don't know why we would wanna drop all $3 million at once when a good chunk of that wouldn't be something people would wanna take advantage of for a while. And then, you know, as far as the franchise fees, I am violently opposed philosophically to this. Well, we're taking franchise fees on people's utility bills for the purposes of burying power lines, but instead we're gonna go build a park with them. This is wrong. We need to do what that money was intended to do, and we said at the time, when we were done, we were done. That's just another tax. We've already levied it. And when we're done undergrounding, we need to stop taxing people for undergrounding. If you want to raise the taxes for parks, tell people we're raising the taxes for parks, do it. But stop playing all these games, moving money around from one pot to the next. That's what people stop trusting government, is when they can't follow the bouncing ball and figure out who's paying for what and where. Why am I buying a park with my utility bill? It's just wrong.
Could I talk a little bit about the phasing aspect? This was something we did discuss quite a bit at both the Park and Rec Committee, the Finance Committee, and at the meeting we had on the 17th. And the thought was, if we only do phase one, we're basically gonna have a parking lot that leads to nowhere. So, from that standpoint, it didn't really make a lot of sense to just proceed with either one phase or a second phase, and there really would be nothing to use in the park, so we'd have a parking lot that was essentially, it was there, but it didn't have a purpose. So that was the reasoning behind doing all of it at once, just so that it would be something that would be usable from the get-go. In terms of the franchise fees, that was something we fully understood, that there might be some council heartburn about that, because at the time we did adopt the franchise fee, it was designed for undergrounding. So, fair point with that.
Thank you.
And I don't think we were talking about finding free money anywhere. It was just the ability to use the county's bonding authority and doing that through the district that made the financing end of it so much more palatable. If we had to come up with $450,000 or $425,000 up front, plus then another $425,000 within 5 years, that raided all of our park and trail funds. We wouldn't have anywhere to go from there. And then this park would sit there for who knows how long, and we would never get the benefit of it. So that was the reason we were seeking an opportunity to build out the whole park. So we were seeking an opportunity to do that, and by the mayor reaching out to both Bill Olson, Tom Workman, they essentially learned of this bonding authority that the public, or the watershed district had already approved. I believe it had already been done deal with the district. So it was just another financing source that made it more palatable. so to speak.
There was sorry, can you explain that to me a little bit? Because what is it that, I mean, what I heard was county versus city, the costs were comparable. So what is it that made the county borrowing the money and we make payments to the county, or we pay the note they took versus we take the note and we make the debt service on the note we took? What's more palatable about that?
Let Kelly answer that question. 'Cause she,
I would like,
Okay.
I'm not, I know you're making the point, you're arguing in favor of it, so I'd like to understand what your thoughts are on that.
I guess I'll defer to our finance director.
You don't know, that's fine. So is there any difference?
There's not a difference probably in terms of our interest rate and what our ultimate payment is going to be. However, with the county, we would have short-term financing. So we'd have up to 3 years to come up with our final amount. So we would not have to overbond.
We have a bridge loan.
Yeah.
Yes.
We have a bridge loan.
And that saves us some initiation fees or some.
Well, what it would do is.
What's the net dollars? How does that, in terms of net dollars, how does that benefit the city, the residents?
If we did the bonds on our own, we'd be issuing bonds for, let's say, $3.2 million because we'd have to bond for the contingency amount of 20%. When we get to the end of the project, if we built it out and we didn't need to touch that contingency, we'd be able to bond or issue the note for less because we would know what that contingency ultimately is. So there'd be a savings from not having to bond for that contingency amount possibly. We still might have to, but we would know our amount for certain.
There's an evolution here as part of the Parks and Rec Committee, which I'm on, the liaison. This didn't happen quite as suddenly and abruptly as it might seem. The Parks and Recs Committee was looking at the cost, and we came to the conclusion doing one phase didn't make any sense. Kelly talked about the parking lot to nowhere. So we thought we had to do at least 2 phases. So we were struggling on how to finance that. The land, the theory on the land was that half of the land costs we were going to be able to take out of our existing park funds, and on further investigation of all the avenues we had, it seemed like it was not wise to raid all of our park funds the way we were thinking, because there were some problems with each and every assumption we had. So this was all going on when the county said, look, we have a vehicle here, we could handle the whole thing at once, put it all together in one package. And you might have some savings, and the savings are we have short-term financing, plus all of the details are being handled by the county. So that's where this came from, as we came to the conclusion that maybe it was smarter to just do the whole project in one bundle and put the land together with the enhancements and do all of the enhancements. But there was an evolution there. It wasn't a leap. It was.
Well, and here's I guess my heartburn with this, and that is that number one, we started off with an agreement that we would spend $850,000. That yes, this is a great opportunity to partner together. We know that it will take a lot more to complete the park, but let's just get the land done. And we don't have the money to complete the park right now. And in all honesty, we don't have the money to buy the park right now, but one of us said we'll figure it out. All right, so that was the agreement that we go forward. And my concern is the slippery slope. Now we've got this shiny new thing. And oh my gosh, it'd be so nice if we could bring that to fruition sooner. How do we do that? And the slippery slope is, well, let's go bond for it now, and maybe we'll do 2. Well, let's not do 2, let's do 3. And I said, well, why don't we add trails to it? What else can we do? Well, where do we stop is my concern. As a conservative, that's the heartburn, is this is a great project. Plain and simple fact is we don't have money to do this. Yes, we can go bond for it, but I'm not willing to make that decision with 2 meetings to go before I'm no longer part of this council and commit another council down the road to to pay for this. Yes, I'm interested. Yes, if you want my decision on where to go with this, I'd say I'm interested in taking this forward. But they're the two ladies that have to vote for it, not me. And so, if you want to, if that's what you're looking for, yes, I'm interested. I have very strong concerns about taking this forward right now with $3 million without having a lot more citizen feedback. That's what I have to say.
It looks like, in looking at the plan for this evening, we were here to discuss this in detail, but we weren't going to make any decisions. Is that true?
Well, I see a recommendation.
I'm seeing a motion here, though.
What do you? There's no motion. It's what
There's
does
no
council?
motion.
What direction
Mayor
does
Pro Tem?
council want to provide to staff?
Yes.
I am positive Mr. Whisker has something to say.
I'm sorry. We need to get back to you.
I was once counseled that you can never listen yourself into trouble, so I'm happy to stay quiet and
And let us cause our own trouble.
yeah. We're here for direction from the council, and we're here because of direction from the council. So we're happy to continue following the council's direction, whether it's this council or the new council. That's entirely
what do you want us to
that's
do?
entirely your prerogative. What I would like is just a clear foundation on the shared history that got us here today, because I think that's important. We agreed jointly that the Watershed District would go off and buy this piece of property and hold it for the city and transition fee title to the city. And acquiring that piece of property came along with a concept plan with a known estimate of probable cost. So we did know jointly, eyes wide open, what we were getting into. No decisions or commitments were made, how quickly we would implement. The cooperative agreement that we're operating under said that after the Watershed District closed on the property, we would advance the concept that we had before we closed on the property to a little bit more detail and refine costs and start looking at should we approve that concept. So we went off and we developed a concept. We got a lot of citizen input. We've gotten a lot of letters of support to the city council on record supporting the concept. I'm hearing a lot of support for the overall plan. And approving the concept is one milestone in the shared cooperative agreement between the city and the district that needs to happen before you start making payments on the land that would then allow you to close on the property. And we have yet to have the council take action on the concept plan. The reason for that is when we started presenting the concept plan to the Parks Commission, the Parks Commission started talking about how do we phase the work. And a key component of the cooperative agreement that we have says that in addition to approving a concept plan, we would jointly consider and approve a plan for implementing that concept. So over how many phases of work would it take to construct the park, and how would we pay for it? I think those are all the things that we're kind of talking about right now. And so that happened at Parks Commission, where they said, okay, we like the concept. We'd like to implement all these phases together, but we don't have the money, so figure out how to finance it. And so that was the first direction that the Watershed District got, to go off and work with your staff to figure out how to put all the phases together and how you might be able to pay for that all at once. After that meeting, there was another meeting, and these are the meetings that Anna just delineated for you, back in August, which was a joint committee of Park and Rec, Planning Commission, City Council, or maybe it was Finance Committee. You've got Planning Commission here. But in any event, that was over at the fire station, as I recall. And at that meeting, the mayor had expressed some interest in looking at creative financing options. So we got more direction to look at financing everything together. A couple days after that, there was a council meeting held here with Councilmember Vogt, Gregory, the mayor, Commissioner Workman was here, board members here, and I was asked to show up on pretty short notice and outline financing options. And we teamed up with Ms. Grinnell, and we showed the comparative costs over a 20-year term of municipal financing versus using the Watershed District's master finance agreement with the county. And at that meeting, we got direction from a majority of your council, the mayor and the two members that were attending, that there was in fact a lot of support for implementing all phases of the project at the same time and going the direction of county financing. go figure out the details we were told with staff and bring this back for full consideration of the council at some future time, at which point the council provides some direction on a left or right decision on implementing all at once and financing. And that's really what we're asking for today. And so I think that's why we're here. That's how we got here, was following your lead.
So I will ask the two incoming council members, what's your opinion on this?
Yeah, Mayor and Council, I encourage us not to do that. Until they're seated. I understand at the work session, that's fine, but let's not go there until
Then
they're
I
seated.
request we move this to January.
Well, if I look at the statement for what we're supposed to achieve here, it looks like we were not necessarily going to make final resolution.
Well, it says the recommendation is staff is seeking discussion and direction on the design and construction of the full, not phased build out of the park and funding options for the construction of Wasserman Park. So the degree that requires any sort of a motion, I'm with Councilmember Crowley. I don't think that we should.
Well, it appears we don't have.
This is morphed in a couple of ways that
Concerns me.
Well, and not to mention the fact that that meeting on Friday, August 17th wasn't a council meeting. There was no decision-making authority. That was, the mayor said, hey, we're gonna get together. I'm getting together. What he said was, I am meeting with Bill Olson and Tom Workman, and if anybody else wants to show up and listen to what we have to say, fine. Be in the council chambers at 9 or 10, whatever the time was. That's not a council meeting. That's not decision authority. So decisions about the way this thing was gonna move forward, that meeting was not for that.
I attended that meeting because I found out about it and just made sure I could get here, but it was a surprise meeting. And
we didn't make any decisions. It was an informational meeting that was noticed and posted, and all.
Sounds like it was, decisions were made to go forward with a full build out.
I don't know, no, there was no decision made that.
We were asked to, and this is the same information that I think's been presented a couple times, just with increasing levels of detail each way, but we were asked to just come back with staff, present the range of options for consideration.
I think
Please don't take this as shots at all at yourselves, because this is an internal discussion on how we got from where we thought we were to where we are now. When Mayor O'Connor reached out to the various watershed districts and started trying to rebuild the relationships of the past, it was one of the best things that has been done, cross-agency in many years within the city, and I actually don't want to throw any cold water on that. That was great, and I hope it continues forward for many years. But this isn't a slippery slope. This is an icy cliff. We're going down fast and not the path that I thought we had all agreed to.
Okay, I'm going to summarize this. We're missing one council member, and of the four of us that are here, we cannot get a consensus. The point's been made that maybe we should push this into the new year where the new council could deal with it. There's some merit to that. But I don't really agree with the fact that we're going down a path near the great abyss. This is very workable, but we will have to regroup. This is a workable thing, I believe, and it's not.
So maybe I can bridge the gap.
Sure.
Start building.
One of our roles is try to find a way to seek consensus. So, why I'm uncomfortable is let's go spend the money now, and it's money we don't have. And sure, we can always go borrow it, and then we get into the cash flow situation, and how much is it going to take here, and how are we going to budget for this? And okay, we've done that. We can figure that out. I'm uncomfortable with making a commitment right now to say, yep, go spend $3 million. That's my decision. I can't do that. What I can do is I am very interested in pursuing the park. Okay, and I know what the expectations were set with me previously. about spending $850,000 and coming up with a way to bring the park in phases. Okay, how this thing morphed into, I'm sorry, I wasn't at that meeting, I was out of town, I couldn't attend. But how it morphed into, let's go spend all 3 phases at once, that's new news to me. I am more than happy to say, go forth and figure out a way to get this done. And there are multiple options, and one option is you continue with the phased-in approach. Another option is you spend $3 million, and another option is turn it into a grandiose park plan and do more. I think those are the 3 things that we've talked about tonight. But for me to come in and say, do anything other than the number 1, I can't do that.
I think we need to put closure on this. You have probably a little more to say, and you probably should say that, and we'll put a closure
Great.
on this.
Well, first of all, I appreciate full consideration of council and all the perspectives. We're here to answer questions and provide you information. I'm not sure how there's the perspective that it morphed either. We've had a meeting with the Park and Recreation Committee in June where we got some of this direction. I'm assuming those advisory committees report up to the council. In August, those staff findings were then presented in this joint meeting of Park Committee, Planning Commission, and City Council, where there's another robust discussion of the whole program, full range of costs, not phasing the implementation. And it's the council's decision, so I take no issue with how you wish to phase, but just in terms of how we got here, I would ask that as, prospective long-range partners that have put a lot of capital and time to get to this point have gotten a lot of capital into the west side of downtown Victoria and the stormwater ponds. Got $750,000 into the city from state grant agencies, are very interested in the bigger vision of this interconnected series of lakes, parks, and trails that we could vision together, and are interested in bringing planning resources, capital resources to the table with that we get some clear guidance and advice on how to best communicate with the council, because it seems like that's the issue, is communication. And my experience, whenever you get a little bit of conflict, it's due to just clear communication. I feel like we've worked the process that the Council, Parks Commission staff have outlined for us, and I take no issue with there not being consensus. There's some big considerations that need to be made, but moving forward, it'd be really helpful to get guidance on how you want the watershed district to communicate with you, so that we don't work for 4 or 5 months going in a direction and then, have a critical junction point where we feel like we've created conflict, because that's not why we're here. We're here to help and support the city's vision, and we want to make sure that we're doing that as functional partners and not creating problems. So I would ask you to give that some thought.
Pick up the phone, call me.
Yeah.
Sure.
I appreciate you being here.
I'm not sure.
And just to reiterate what Kelly said earlier, and that's part of the communication issues. We had a finance committee meeting to talk exclusively about how do we finance this park? What do we do to go forward? It was John Carlson, Derek Gunderson, myself, and the mayor, and I think Mr. Reeder and Kelly was there. And when we started looking at the phases, Kelly was spot on. Phase 1, parking lot, okay, that doesn't do anything. Phase 2, build a building without a trail or boardwalks out to the lake. Again, it's a facility that will be there and it won't be used. So that's how the desire from either we don't do anything, or we move forward with it. And there was no desire to move forward with a plan of going with the $425 up front and then another $425 within 5 years. That was it. That was all we were going to do. I mean, the park was dead in the water at that point. And simply educating ourselves about what this could look like if we do use the bonding authority, whether we use the county bonding authority or if we were to bond ourselves. And we started looking at the whole picture of having the $200,000 a year within our budget, and we started to think, that's kind of a workable number where we could possibly do that without having to raise taxes.
And so that's how we got here. And it is a communication issue, but we don't, but there was, but when we did meet on August 17th, which was the Friday meeting, and we started to look at this and through the help of Kelly and everybody else, so we were able to, it gave us some clarity as to how we could make this work. So it wasn't, and again, it wasn't a giant leap. It was an educational process that meetings were had and noticed that not everyone attended. So that's how people feel like they may have missed the boat on
I
something.
just have one question before we start closing this thing out. The Finance Committee discussed this thoroughly and knew that this whole thing was doable. Did they discuss the franchise fee mode as a method of funding?
Well, at that time, we hadn't gone to the county. We haven't talked about long-range financing. We were strictly looking at the 425 upfront and paying the other 425 within 12 years. That's all the information we had at that financing meeting. And if we looked at it from that perspective, there was simply no more money in the budget to go forward.
I'm talking about when you got to the point where the phasing was discussed.
The phasing was discussed at that finance meeting, and we decided that none of the phasing made sense, and that's why all of the phasing was ruled out, and we were only going to buy the park.
So one more attempt to try to find a resolution to this? What are the next steps, Doug, out of tonight? Let's say council comes up and says, sure, let's do this. What are the next steps?
Not sure if I'm the best guy to do that, but I think the idea is that if we agree on how we're gonna finance, we will then go ahead and complete the design of the park. You know, but whether you do it at this meeting or wait for the new council, I think you can wait for the new council.
So here's where I'm going with it. So the timing of that wouldn't be the next meeting or the meeting after that. Am I correct? If we provide direction tonight, the timing of those next steps would not be before the end of the year.
If you say you're gonna finance it, I think then I'm gonna have to, Mr. Whiskey to tell me exactly what the process is, but we will, I don't know that tell me where we're going.
Yeah, sure. Well, Councilmember Crowley, I think, is correct. Without consensus tonight, that we're not in a position to take concrete next steps, probably in the month of December. We were looking for direction on left or right on how you might want to finance, and it seems that there's considerations on both financing and phasing. The next steps, if there was consensus tonight, would be to bring back a second phase cooperative agreement that outlines how we're paying for it, approves the concept, and advances us all into final design so that we can proceed to construction. Doesn't seem like we're ready.
And what would be the step after that? At what point does it come back before council to say, yes, we're going to approve a series of bonds and pay for that?
Well, the next step would be a cooperative agreement on proving the concept, authorizing how we want to finance the construction costs, and authorizing is in the design. Through the design process, we'd be seeking grants and refining the financial picture, value engineering. When you get the authorization to bid, and around the time of bid is when you'd be looking at selling bonds, whether it would be the county
and so
or the
that's
city.
My point. That's not going to happen this year.
Even if we gave you direction tonight, could you make that
You
happen
wouldn't sell
in the
bonds
next
before the
30
end of the
days?
year, would you?
No,
Okay,
absolutely
that's my
not.
point, is that, that's the point I'm trying, excuse me.
Yeah, I
That's the
understand.
point I'm trying to make, is that I can come back right now and say, yes, I'm in favor of this, go forward. We're going to obligate two people next year to follow through on a decision that they may not agree with, and I don't feel comfortable with that.
Right, and we're not here to force council's hand, we're here to present information.
I've already said we can't get consensus for whatever reason. One of the reasons is the mayor isn't here. But we need to go forward to, whether it's, we can't probably deal with this at the next meeting. We have to go into January. And the first time when the new council is sitting is what, the second meeting in January?
Oh, that'll be there the first meeting. And the last time you asked me, I just thought you didn't want to put everything on the first meeting, but,
Well, it could be the first or second. I think we have to postpone this, unfortunately, into January, whether it's early in January or the middle of January, we don't know. I'm truly sorry you had to sit through this, and it's part of the process. It's problematic because it's large and it's new, and I, as an individual council member, feel optimistic that something can be worked out. But obviously, there's trepidation in other chairs.
Mhm.
So,
I think we're very.
How much are we obligating the future council to approve or deny this? We're not obligating them in any way, shape, or form, are we?
Once you enter into the agreement, you've obligated to, you're gonna provide money to do this project.
Meaning they have to vote yes for it when it comes for bonding.
If we
can't say no.
Is that true?
Well, the agreement would say that you're gonna go ahead and bond for the project.
That agreement
clearly.
won't be done until next year. We won't make that agreement until next year.
I think that's where you're headed.
I think that's a pretty accurate assessment tonight.
that's what we've already said, is that,
But we're not obligated to do that. If we say, go forward and start the process,
well, you're gonna be spending money and time and effort, and you wanna have a little more assurance than that, don't you?
Yeah, I think.
Say yes, we're saying we will see this through to its conclusion.
If we got direction this evening that there was consensus one direction or the other, the next step would be bring back a revised cooperative agreement that frames everything for council action. Very unlikely at this point we're doing that before the end of the year.
That's
I
correct.
think our preference is to work to build shared understanding and as much support for the projects as possible. This is the city's project as much as it is the watershed, so
Yeah, if I
we're
could
happy to
mention-
come back and provide more information and reground everybody in where we've been and the numbers.
I think we have to, as a city, have to focus on the key points. Is the franchise tax revenue fair game in financing this or not? We have to come to a consensus. We have to do that. It's not happening tonight, and it's probably not gonna happen next week. If we don't have that consensus, then we know we are gonna be bonding. If the city is bonding, then it's gonna affect taxes slightly. I'm guessing we have some $25 to $50 per home. And we have to come, that's what we have to put on the table.
And that has to be included in the budgetary discussion on the 6th.
Right. So the franchise, to me, the biggest thing here is to decide if the franchise form of revenue is appropriate.
Yep.
And that's the question that everyone should be working on, is was that a good idea or not? Is it justifiable? So with that being said, we're not reaching any consensus to give you direction tonight. I wish we could have.
That's perfectly fine.
You should stay in touch with us. In all likelihood, we will put this in the first or second meeting in January.
Great. And when we come back, we'll provide as much clarity as possible on the process for the stages of agreements, and if you do choose to go the route of financing, when the sale of bonds would occur relative to bid and final design, all the major decision points for council too, so that you have that clearly in front of you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your work. I know this
Yeah.
is
Thank you.
a good thing. It's just getting through the numbers.
Thanks for your patience. I know you were sitting out there all night.
It was a good education for me. Thank you. Have a good night.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Next order of business is third quarter financial report. At this juncture, I would advise an abbreviated report unless there's some kind of critical issue.
There is nothing critical. I was gonna suggest that, since we don't technically approve it, it's more for review, that, council members that maybe haven't looked at it could, and if there are questions, we could follow up, but, overall, there's nothing, particularly noteworthy in the report, so.
Okay. I had a conversation with Kelly briefly that we look at the water billing for the next report. that we continue to underbill.
For gallons pumped?
Yeah, what we're pumping is not what we're billing, and we missed the mark significantly in the third quarter, and we missed the mark in other quarters, not so materially, and I've asked for a cumulative reporting of, if you looked at a 2 or 3 year period, how many gallons have we over or under billed? So that we can identify an acute problem if we've got it.
Thank you for sharing that. I know that's been an ongoing discussion item, and it's real money, so.
Do we need to do kind of a random, I'll call it a survey, but at one point in time in the past, one of the public works people devised a plan to proactively change out all the water meters. Would it be beneficial to do I'll call it a survey, and pick a sample and go change them and see what the differences are?
Given the hour, my suggestion is we ask that be on the next agenda.
I agree. I'm just gonna raise that as a question, and let's talk about it.
Well, first of all, I understand most of the meters have been changed out already. Is that true?
That is not.
That's not true? Okay.
Well, and it's never done, right? Because the new ones will wear out eventually as well, so.
It's cyclical, yes.
Right, so can we get that added to an agenda item for the next meeting to have a more detailed discussion about how to remedy this discrepancy between gallons pumped and gallons billed?
Maybe we should that should be a separate item on the agenda instead of part of a future financial review. We should just.
It's a water department issue.
Have it as an issue to address at a council meeting.
We recently have identified we're looking at both the age of meters and the readings on those meters so we can do a targeted replacement of those meters that are both the oldest and that have had the most water go through them. So we are starting to tackle that. We do have money in the budget for meter replacement each year. We've kind of found we're in a lull right now where we're not replacing as many meters because of the cyclical nature of that. So we have been planning to target those older meters for replacement because they do slow down as they get older. So we are working on that.
Cool. Right, very good. Any reports from the city manager?
Certainly. Mr. Mayor, speaking of water quality, we have received a commendation from the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and this is significant, and it shows that they test our water every month, that we have met the fluoride requirements by the federal government. So that's something that the public works people are doing correctly. Secondly, just to announce that tomorrow the mayor will be giving a State of the City address along with all the other mayors in the county here. It's at 11:30 at the Chaska Event Center. I think you were supposed to have an invitation by now, but I think you can get in if you go. There is a charge for that meeting by the chamber. Thirdly, we have received a data request from a resident who is asking for data concerning the Facebook, the mayor's Facebook, Victoria Residents First. The assumption is that the city has something to do with this Facebook page. And actually, it's not a city Facebook, it's the mayor's Facebook. So we have corresponded with the State Department of Administration as to how we should respond to that. The answer we received is that information is not government data, and it's not the city, if the city is not collecting it. So what I'm going to tell, just for your information, the requesting party is that they should request that information from the mayor.
Excuse me for a second, and this might be a distinction without a difference, but I don't think so. When you say it's the mayor's Facebook page, that implies an official function, the mayor's. If you say it's Tom Funk's personal Facebook page, that's different. And I believe it says Mayor Tom Funk, blah, blah, blah. It's very easy to see why, and somebody might think it was official. And when you couple that with the fact that in a council meeting, the mayor said, I'm not giving my reports here anymore, I'm gonna put them on my website so people can come and find them. So those are, in his mind, his official mayor reports each month. So how do we either cease and desist or hold it accountable to be accurate, because it's not?
You can certainly ask the mayor to cease and desist. It's certainly within your right. What I'm telling you is that the determination that we have gotten is that it is not an official city. We are not doing it. So I've been advised by the city attorney that what we should do is go on the record as a council that this Facebook page is not being maintained in the performance of the duties of the mayor, and therefore the city will not defend or indemnify the mayor for claims that might be brought against him for some of the remarks that he has on there. And I will be bringing back to you as council a motion to do that at the next meeting. We need to eliminate any liability that we have for whatever he's putting on there. And I think we are not necessarily saying that the mayor has no obligation to release that data. We're just saying it's not the city. It's his thing. It's not a city's function. So my answer to the data request, which we received too, is that they need to talk to the mayor, and then he needs to see where he goes from there.
And thank you for that clarification. And I know he's already removed material over the last year twice at the attorneys for other parties because it was slanderous, and so your intuition that this is creating liability is not, it's not imagined. It's very real, and it's continuing. So
Essentially, we need to make sure that we are on the record that it has nothing to do with the city,
Is it
not the city.
the person that wrote in to make this request, were they really under the understanding that that was an official city page, or they were concerned what he was saying, or what is the primary?
Well, if you look at the page, it's a picture of City Hall on it, and it's written by the mayor, so there's no reason why somebody should not assume that it is. We're just telling you that, we're just gonna tell a person it isn't, even though whatever he has on there, and it's his problem.
So the mayor's got a Facebook page that has a picture of City Hall on it?
Correct.
Yeah, so.
it looks very official. It looks like the city's website page.
Doug asked if I wanted to weigh in, and I didn't, but I do, I guess. I thought that the feedback from the Department of Administration, and this council has heard about other agencies like the Attorney General that can give advisory opinions to us as a city. The Department of Administration has power to do that with respect to Data Practices Act issues. And it's actually, I think, useful that they have said that a Facebook page like this, maintained by the mayor of a city in ways that might make it appear as though it's being maintained by the city or by that person as the mayor, that in fact the city doesn't have an obligation to respond to data requests about the Facebook page. That's useful, I think, to Victoria. That said, there was an argument until the Department of Administration came back that this party requesting the data made. There is information actually out there on the web that would suggest that when a public official in their official capacity maintains separate data, that data should be made available by the government entity. And so there was a plausible argument by someone making a data request that even though this was a separate website, that the city had some responsibility to get the data and provide it to him or her. And so the Department of Administration said that's not correct, and what I've suggested to Doug, and now Doug has suggested to you, is that it might be appropriate for the city council to make that the city council's position. That is that Facebook page has nothing to do with the city, is not representative of the city's views, and therefore anything that happens with respect to that Facebook page is not the city's responsibility.
I thought we did that once already, but apparently we didn't get to a motion.
You have looked at this in several different times and years. Yeah, I can provide that next time we come back. But
So at the next meeting, could we have a motion that says council does not condone that Facebook page as an official city page?
Yes.
To be a little bit more specific to say that there should be a disclaimer made or any official looking, images that would create some confusion. I mean, if this was a corporation and we were posting something that looked like our competitor's product, we could say, no, it's not. But the viewing public will make up their own mind by what they see, and we'd get a cease and desist order. We would not be allowed to misrepresent things intentionally or otherwise.
I don't know if this is important or not, but I'll throw it out there. I just pulled up the page. It's got a picture of a flag. It's got the mayor's picture on it, and it's called Victoria Residents First. So there isn't really a reference that this is an official. There is no picture of City Hall. There's no mention that this is the mayor of Victoria, but it's just
No mention that it's not.
No, I'm just putting out what's there.
There it is.
And people can make.
City Hall.
Well, I mean.
All right, we can discuss this.
Okay.
Does this cause the city have some liability?
Well, so yeah, Mayor, Council, I mean, I'd like the answer to be no, obviously. And so I think that it helps me get to the answer more solidly no if the council affirms that that is not the city's webpage. But barring the city doing that, would it still be my view that we have no liability? Of course it would. I'm here to defend the city. But it would be useful for the city council to make that clearer than less clear. So I think Doug will bring that forward.
Finally, Mr. Mayor, I would like to invite anybody in the council that wants to go to the Metro Cities meeting, which is November 29th over in Golden Valley this year. This meeting is when they adopt their policies of what to lobby at the legislature. I will go. We have to have somebody there to vote on this thing, and they have to have a majority, so they need somebody from every city. I'll go, but if anybody else wants to go, let me know.
What day of the week is that?
I don't know. November 29th? I think it's a Thursday or something.
That's correct.
Thursday?
I think it's the 29th.
What, how many hours?
Well, you can let me know if you want to go, Tom, and I'll give you the details. It's some in the afternoon, but it basically starts at 4:45 for this meeting. You'll be out of there by 7. Just let me know if you want to go. I'll sign us up.
Shoot an email out if you would on that. It's not already out there. Please.
Councilor reports?
No report.
The report.
No report.
No report. Do I have a motion to adjourn this meeting?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Meeting's adjourned.
Nothing.